Horror on the Links, Part 1. It must have been past midnight when the skirling of my bedroom telephone bell awakened me, for I could not see the moon well down toward the western horizon as I looked through the window while reaching for the instrument. "Dr. Trowbridge," came an excited, feminine voice through the receiver. "This is Mrs. Maitland. Can you come right over? Something terrible has happened to Paul." "Eh?" I answered, half asleep. "What's wrong?" "We don't know," she replied jerkily. "He's unconscious. You know, he'd been to the dance at the country club with Gladys Phillips. We'd all been in bed hours when we heard someone banging on the front door. Mr. Maitland went down, and when he opened the door, Paul fell into the hall. Oh, doctor, he's been terribly hurt. Won't you please come right over?" Physician sleep is like a park, public property. With a sigh, I climbed out of bed and into my clothes, cranked my superannuated motor to life, and set out for the Maitland house. Young Maitland lay on his bed, his eyes closed, teeth tight clenched, his face set in an expression of unutterable dread, even in his unconsciousness. Across his shoulders and on the backs of his arms I found several long, incised wounds, as though his flesh had been raked by a sharp, pronged instrument. I sterilized and bandaged the cuts, and applied restoratives, wondering what sort of encounter had produced such hurts. "Help! Help! Oh, God, help!" the lud muttered thickly, like a person trying to call out in a nightmare. Oh, it's got me! It's—" His words gave way to a gurgling, inarticulate cry of fear, and he sat bolt upright in bed, staring about with vacant, fear-filmed eyes. "Easy, easy, young fellow," I soothed. "Lie back now, take it easy. You're all right, you're home in bed." He looked uncomprehendingly at me a moment, then fell to babbling inanely. "The ape thing, he screamed in a frenzy. "It's got me! Open the door, for God's sake, open the door!" "Here," I ordered gruffly, as I drove my hypodermic into his arm. "None of that. You quiet down." The opiate took effect almost immediately, and I left him with his parents while I returned to catch up the ravelled ends of my interrupted sleep. Headline shrieked at me from the front page of the paper lying beside my grapefruit at breakfast. "Superfiend sought in girl slaying. Body of young woman found near Sedgemoor Country Club mystifies police. Pervert blamed for killing. Arrest is imminent." Almost entirely denuded of clothing, marred by a score of terrible wounds, her face battered nearly past recognition and her neck broken, the body of pretty Sarah Humphreys, 19, a waitress in the employ of the Sedgemoor Country Club, was found lying in one of the hunkers of the club's golf course by John Burrows, a greenkeeper, early this morning. Miss Humphreys, who had been employed at the clubhouse for 3 months, completed her duties shortly before midnight, and according to statements of fellow workers, declared she was going to take a short cut across the links to the Andover Road, where she could get a trolley to the city. Her body, terribly mutilated, was found about 25 yards from the road on the golf course this morning. Between the golf links and the Andover Road is a dense growth of trees, and it is thought the young woman was attacked while walking along the path through the woods to the road. Deputy Coroner Nesbitt, who examined the body, gave his opinion that she had been dead about 5 hours when found. She had not been criminally assaulted. Several suspicious characters have been seen in the neighborhood of the club's grounds recently, and the police are checking up on their movements. An early arrest is expected. "There's 2 gentlemen to see you, sor," Nora, my housekeeper, interrupted my perusal of the paper. "'Tis Sergeant Costello, a Frenchman, or Italian, or something. They do be wantin' ter ask you some questions about the murder of the poor little Humphreys girl." "Ask me about the murder?" I protested. "Why, the first I knew of it was when I looked at this paper, and I'm not through reading the account of the crime yet." "That's all right, Dr. Trowbridge. Detective Sergeant Costello answered with a laugh as he entered the dining room. "We don't figure on arresting you, but we'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind. This is Professor de Grandin, of the Paris police. He's been doing some work for his department over here, and when this murder broke, he offered the chief his help. We'll be needing it too, I'm thinking. Professor de Grandin, Dr. Trowbridge." He waved an introductory hand from one to the other of us. The professor bowed stiffly from the hips, in continental fashion, then extended his hand with a friendly smile. He was a perfect example of the rare French blonde type, rather under medium height, but with a military erectness of carriage which made him look several inches taller than he actually was. His light blue eyes were small and exceedingly deep-set, and would have been humorous had it not been for the curious cold directness of their gaze. With his wide mouth, light moustache waxed at the ends into perfectly horizontal points, and those twinkling, stock-taking eyes, he reminded me of an alert tomcat. Like a cat's, too, was his lithe, noiseless step as he crossed the room to shake hands. "I fear Monsieur Costello gives you the misapprehension, Doctor," he said in a pleasant voice, almost devoid of accent. "It is most true I am connected with the Service de Sûreté, but not as a vocation. My principal work is at the University of Paris and St. Lazare Hospital. At present I combine my vocation of savant with my avocation of criminologist. You see—" "Why," I interrupted, grasping his hands, "you are Professor Jules de Grandin, author of Accentuated Evolution?" He shrugged depreciatingly. "Yes, I am he," he admitted with a smile. "But at present our inquiries lie in another field. You have a patient, one young Monsieur Paul Maitland, is it not? He was set upon last night in Andover Road?" "I have a patient named Paul Maitland," I admitted, "but I don't know where he received his injuries." "Nor do we," he answered with a smile, "but we shall inquire. You will go with us while we question him? No?" "Why, yes," I acquiesced. "I should be looking in on him this morning anyhow." "And now, monsieur," Professor de Grandin began when introductions had been completed, "you will please tell us what happened last night to you, yes?" Paul looked uncomfortably from one of us to the other and swallowed nervously. "I don't like to think of it," he confessed, "much less talk about it. But here's the truth, believe it or not. I took Gladys home from the club about 11 o'clock, for she had developed a headache. After I'd said good night to her, I decided to go home and turn in, and had gotten nearly here when I reached in my pocket for a cigarette. My case was gone, and I remembered laying it on the window ledge just before my last dance. The mater gave me that case last birthday, and I didn't want to lose it. So, instead of telephoning the club and asking one of the fellows to slip it in his pocket, like a fool I decided to drive back for it. You know, or at least Dr. Trowbridge and Sergeant Costello do, the Andover Road dips down in a little valley and curves over by the edge of the golf course between the 8th and 9th holes. I was just in that part of the road nearest the links when I heard a woman scream twice. It really wasn't two screams, more like one and a half, for her second cry was shut off almost before it started. I had a gun in my pocket, a little .22 automatic. Good thing I did, too. So I yanked it out and drew up at the roadside, leaving my engine running. That was lucky, too, believe me. I ran into the woods, yelling at the top of my voice, and there in the path I saw something dark, like a woman's body, lying. I started toward it when there was a rustling in the trees overhead, and plop! Something dropped right into the path in front of me. Gentlemen, I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't anything human. It wasn't quite as tall as I, but looked about twice as broad, and its hands hung down, clear down to the ground. I yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" and pointed my gun at it, and it didn't answer, just started jumping up and down, bouncing with its feet and hands on the ground at once. I tell you, it gave me the horrors. "Snap out of it," I yelled again, "or I'll blow your head off." Next moment I was so nervous and excited I didn't really know what I was doing. I let fly with the pistol, right in the thing's face. That came near to being my last shot, too. Believe me or not, that thing, whatever it was, reached out, snatched the gun out of my hand and broke it. Yes, sir, snapped that pistol in two with its bare hands as easily as I could break a matchstick. And then it was on me. I felt one of its hands go clear over my shoulder, from breast to back in a single clutch, and it pulled me toward it. Ah, it was hairy, sir, hairy as an ape. Morbleu! Yes, and then, de Grandin murmured eagerly. Then I lunged out with all my might and kicked it on the shins. It released its grip a second, and I beat it. Ran as I never did on the quarter-mile track, jumped into the car and took off down the road with everything wide open. But I got these gashes on my back and arms before I got into the roadster. He made 3 or 4 grabs for me, and every one of 'em took the flesh away where his nails raked me. By the time I got home I was almost crazy with fright and pain and loss of blood. I remember kicking and banging on the door and yelling for the folks to open, and then I went out like a light. The boy paused and regarded us seriously. "I know you think I'm the biggest liar out of jail," he announced, "but I've been telling you the absolute, honest-to-goodness truth." Costello looked skeptical, but de Grandin nodded eagerly, affirmatively. "But of course you speak truth," he replied. "Now tell me, young monsieur, if you can, this poilu, this hairy one, how was he dressed?" Paul wrinkled his brow in an effort at remembrance. "I can't say surely, for it was dark in the woods and I was pretty much excited. But I think he was in evening clothes. Yes, I'd swear to it. I saw his white shirt bosom." "Ah," muttered de Grandin softly, "a hairy thing, a fellow who leaps up and down like a jumping jack or an ape in his anger, and in evening clothes. It is to think, mes amis." "I'll say it is," Costello agreed. "What sort of hooch did they have at the club last night, young feller?" "Dr. Trowbridge is wanted on the phone, please," a maid announced from the front door. "You can take it on this one, if you wish, sir. It's connected with the main line." I picked up the instrument from young Maitland's bedside table and called. "Hello, Dr. Trowbridge speaking." "This is Mrs. Comstock, doctor," a voice informed me. "Your housekeeper told us you were at Mrs. Maitland's. Can you come to my house, please? Mr. Manley, my daughter's fiancé, was hurt last night." "Hurt last night?" I repeated. "Yes, out by the country club." "Very well, I'll be over shortly," I answered, then held out my hand to de Grandin. "Sorry to have to run away," I apologized, "but another man was hurt at the club last night." "Ah," he replied interrogatively. "That club, it is an unfortunate place. May I accompany you, doctor? This other man, he may tell us something also." "Very well," I agreed. "I'll be pleased to have your company." Young Manley's injury proved to be a gunshot wound inflicted by a small caliber weapon, and was located in the left shoulder. He was very reticent concerning its cause, and neither de Grandin nor I felt inclined to inquire too insistently, for Mrs. Comstock hovered about the sick room from our entrance until the treatment was concluded. "Nom d'un petit pour," de Grandin muttered as we left the Comstock residence. "He is closed-mouthed, that one. Almost, it would seem. Pah! I talk the rot. Let us get to the morgue, cher docteur. You shall drive me there in your motor and tell me what it is you see. Oft-times you gentlemen of the general practice see things which we specialists overlook because of the mental blindness of our specialties, n'est-ce pas?" In the cold, uncharitable light of the city mortuary we viewed the remains of poor little Sarah Humphreys. As the newspaper had said, She was disfigured by 20 or more wounds, running, for the most part, in converging lines down her shoulders and arms, deeply incised, deep enough to reveal the bone where skin and flesh had been completely shorn through in places. On her throat and neck were 5 distinct livid patches, one some 3 inches in size, roughly square, and the other 4 extending in parallel lines almost completely around her neck, terminating in deeply pitted scars, as though the talons of some predatory beast had been sunk into her flesh. But the most terrifying item of the grisly sight was the poor girl's face. Repeated blows had reduced her once pretty features to an empurpled level. Bits of sand and fine gravel still embedded in the cuticle told how her countenance must have been ground into the earth with terrible force. Never, since my days as emergency hospital intern, had I seen so sickening an array of injuries on a single body. "Hey, what do you see, my friend?" the little Frenchman demanded in a raucous whisper. "You think what?" "It's terrible," I began, but he interrupted impatiently. "But of course, one does not expect the beautiful at the morgue. I ask what you see, not for your aesthetic impressions, pardieu." "If you want to know what interests me most," I answered, "it is those wounds on her shoulder and arms. Except in degree, they are exactly like those which I treated on young Maitland last night." "Ah, yes," de Grandin responded, his little blue eyes dancing with excitement, his cat's whiskers mustache bristling more fiercely than ever. "Name of a little blue man. We begin to make progress. Now," he touched the lividities on the dead girl's throat daintily with the tip of one well-manicured nail. "These marks, do they tell you anything?" I shook my head. "Possibly the bruise left by some sort of garrote," I hazarded. "They are too long and thick for fingerprints. Besides, there's no thumb mark." "Ha, ha!" he laughed mirthlessly. "No thumb mark, you say? My dear sir, had there been a thumb mark, I should have been all at sea. These marks, they are the stigmata of truth on the young Monsieur Maitland story. When were you last at the zoo, eh?" "At the zoo?" I echoed stupidly. "But of course. Have you ever noted the quadrumana, how they take hold?" "My dear sir, it would, perhaps, not be too great an exaggeration to say the thumb is the difference between man and monkey. Man and the chimpanzee grasp an object with the fingers, using the thumb as a fulcrum. The gorilla, the orangutan, the gibbon, he's a fool. He knows not how to use his thumb. Now see," again he indicated the bruises. "This large patch, that represents the heel of the hand. These encircling lines, they are the fingers. These wounds, they are nail prints. Name of an old one-eyed tomcat. It was truth young Maitland told. It was an ape which accosted him in the bois. An ape in evening clothes. What think you from that, eh?" "God knows," I answered helplessly. "I give up." "Qui, monsieur le docteur?" De Grandin lapsed into his native tongue in his earnestness. "Truly, God does know. But do I give up? Me, I am like your so splendid Paul Jones. I have but commenced to fight." He turned abruptly from the dead girl, and seizing my elbow, urged me from the morgue. "No more, no more now," he declared. "You have your mission of help to the sick to perform, and I have my work also to do. If you will take me once more to your charming suburb, I will leave you to your duties, while I pursue mine, and if the imposition is not too great, I will dwell at your house while on this case. You consent? Good. Until tonight, then," he hailed as he leaped agilely from the car at the village limits. "I shall attempt to be at the house before you have, how do you say, hit into the straw? Bien, au revoir, cher ami." It was somewhere about 8 o'clock when de Grandin returned to my house, laden with almost enough bundles to tax a motor truck's capacity. "Great Scott, Professor!" I exclaimed, as he laid his parcels on a convenient chair and gave me a grin which sent the wax points of his moustache shooting upward like a miniature pair of horns. "Have you been buying out the town?" "Almost," he admitted, as he seated himself and lit a vile-smelling French cigarette. "I have talked much with the grocer, the druggist, the garage-keeper, and the tobacconist, and at each place I make purchases. I am for the time a new resident of your so pleasant suburb, anxious to find out about my neighbors and my new home. I have talk. I have milled over much wordy chaff, hélas, but from it I have extracted some good meal. Grâce à Dieu." He fixed his curiously unwinking cat stare on me and asked, "You have a Monsieur Calmar resident here, have you not?" "Yes," I replied, "I believe we have." "And you can tell me of him?" He paused, raising eyebrows questioningly. "No," I answered, "I'm afraid I can't. He's lived here about a year and kept very much to himself. As far as I know, he has made friends with no one in the village, and has been visited by no one but the tradesmen. I've been given to understand he is a scientist of some sort, and took the old Means place, out on Andover Road, so he could pursue his experiments in quiet." "Ah, yes, I see." De Grandin tapped his cigarette case thoughtfully with his finger-tips. "That much I have already gathered from my talks this day. Now tell me, if you can, is this monsieur all unknown a friend of young Manley's, the gentleman whose wound from gunshot you treated this morning?" "Not that I know," I replied. "I've never seen them together. Manley is a queer, moody sort of chap, never has much to say to anyone. How Millicent Comstock came to fall in love with him I have no idea. He rides well and is highly thought of by your mother, but those are about the only qualifications he has as a husband that I've been able to see." "He is very strong, no?" de Grandin queried. "I don't know," I had to confess. "Well, then," he returned, "listen at me. You think de Grandin is a fool, eh? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. This day I make other business besides talk. I go to that Comstock lady's house and reconnoitre. In an ash can I find one pair of patent leather dress shoes, much scratched. I grease the palm of a servant and find out they are that Monsieur Manley's. I also look farther and find one white linen dress shirt, with blood on it. It is torn about the cuffs and split at the shoulder, that shirt. It, too, I find belonged to Monsieur Manley. I am like a Jewish second-hand man when I talk with that servant of Madame Comstock. I buy from him that shirt and those shoes. Behold." Undoing a parcel, he exhibited a pair of dress shoes and a shirt, as though they were curios of priceless value. "In Paris we have ways of making the inanimate talk," he asserted as he thrust his hand into his pocket and drew forth a bit of folded paper. "That shirt and those shoes I put through the 3rd degree, and I find this." Opening the paper, he disclosed 3 coarse, dull brown hairs, varying ½ inch to 3 inches in length. I examined them curiously. From their appearance they might have been from a man's head, for they were too long and insufficiently curved to be body hairs, but their texture seemed too harsh for human growth. I commented non-committally. He mocked. "You cannot classify them, eh? No?" "No," I admitted. "They are entirely too coarse to have come from Manley's head. Besides, they are almost black. His hair is a distinct brown." "My friend," de Grandin leaned forward suddenly, staring me straight in the eyes, "those hairs, I have seen such before. So have you, but you do not recognize. They are from a gorilla." "Impossible!" I jerked back. "How could a gorilla's hair get on Manley's shirt?" "Not on," he corrected, still gazing directly at me. "They were in it, below the neckline, where a bullet had torn through the linen and wounded him. The hairs were embedded in the dried blood. Look at this garment." He held the shirt before me for inspection. Behold how it is split. It has been upon a body too big for it. Monsieur Trowbridge, that shirt was worn by the thing, the monster, which killed that pitiful girl dead on the links last night, which attacked the young Maitland a few minutes later, and which got this paint from the side of Madame Comstock's house on these shoes when it climbed that house last night. You start, you stare. You say to yourself, De Grandin, he is caduc mad. Listen, I prove each step in the ladder. This morning, while you examine Monsieur Manley's wound, I examine him and his room. On his window sill I note a few scrapes, such scrapes as one who drags his legs and feet might make climbing over the window ledge. I look out at the window, and on the white painted side of the house I find fresh paint scratches. Too, also, I find marks on the painted iron pipe which carry the water from the roof down in rainy weather. That pipe runs down the corner of the house, near Manley's window, but too far away for a man to reach it from the sill. But if that man have arms as long as my leg, what then? Ah, he could make the reach most easy. Now, when I buy these shoes, that shirt, from the Comstock servant, I note the paint on the shoe, and the scratch also thereon. I compare the paint on the shoe with the paint on the house sides. They are the same. I note that shirt, how he are blood-stained, how he are all burst, as though the man who wear him suddenly grow great and break him out. I find the beast hairs in the blood-stain on the shirt. I take that shirt to the laundry and ask the excellent Chinois, whose shirt are this? He reply, not know. I say, you are liar, but I give you this. I show him a bill of $10, to tell the truth. He take my bill and smile like summer as he reply, Mr. Manley's. Voila, you see? No, I'll be hanged if I do, I denied. He bent forward again, speaking with rapid earnestness. That servant, he tell me more. Last night the young Manley was nervous, what you call ill at ease. He complain of headache, of backache. He feel rotten. He go to bed early, and his amoureux, she go without him to the country club dance. The old madam, she too, go to bed. The young man, he go for walk, because he cannot sleep. He tell that servant that this morning. But the servant, he was up with the toothache all night, and while he hear the young man come in after midnight, he did not hear him leave. Now what do you think? A policeman of the motorcycle tell me he see the young Manley come from that Monsieur Calmar's house, staggering like one drunk. He wonders, that policeman, if Monsieur Calmar keeps so much to himself because he are a legger of the boot. Eh? What now, cher docteur? You say what? Damn it, I exploded. You're piecing out the silliest nonsense story I've ever heard, de Grandin. One of us is crazy as hell, and I don't think it is I. Neither of us is crazy, mon vieux, he returned gravely. But men have gone mad with knowing what I know, and madder yet with suspect that I'm beginning to suspect. Will you drive me past the house of Monsieur Calmar? A few minutes' run carried us out to the lonely house occupied by the eccentric old man whose residence near the village had been a 12-months mystery. Aha! de Grandin exclaimed as we passed the place. He works late, this one. Observe the light burns in his workshop. Sure enough, from a window at the rear of the house, a shaft of electric light cut the evening shadows, and as we stopped the car and gazed, we could see Calmar's bent form, swathed in a laboratory apron, passing and repassing the window as he shuffled nervously back and forth across the room. Let us go, de Grandin suggested, turning from his silent contemplation of the worker. While we drive back I will tell you a story. Before the war which racked the world, there came to Paris from the University of Vienna one Dr. Beneckendorf. As a man he was intolerable, As a scholar he was incomparable. The knowledge of the greatest savants concerning organic evolution and comparative anatomy were but as children's ABC to that one. With my own two eyes I have seen him perform experiments which, in an age less tolerant of learning, perhaps in your own America, with its so curious laws against the teaching of scientific truth, would have brought him to the stake as a wizard. But science is God's tool, my friend, and it is not meant that man should play at being God. That man, he went too far. We had to restrain him in prison. Yes, I answered, not particularly interested in the narrative. What did he do? What did he not do? de Grandin replied. Children of the poor were found missing at night. They were nowhere. The gendarmes' search narrowed to the laboratory of this Beneckendorf, and there they found, not the poor infants, but a half-score ape creatures, not wholly human, not wholly simian, but partaking horribly of the appearance of each, with fur and hand-like feet, but with the face of something which had once been of mankind. They were dead, those poor ones, fortunately for them. He proved mad, like the bug of June, as you Americans say. But my friend, what a mentality, what a fine brain gone bad! We shut him up for the safety of the public, and for the safety of the race we burned his notebooks and destroyed the serums with which he had injected the human babes to turn them into apes. Impossible! I exclaimed. Incredible, yes, de Grandin admitted, but not, unfortunately, impossible for him. His secret entered the madhouse with him, but in the turbulent days of war, when the Boche thundered at the gates of Paris, he escaped. Good God! I cried. You mean to say, de Grandin, this mad fiend, this maker of monsters, is loose on the world? He shrugged his shoulders with Gaelic fatalism. Perhaps. All trace of him has vanished, though there are reports he was later seen in the Congo Belgique. But, no, I ramble on like a fool. Of what connection is this remembrance of mine with the cause of Sarah Humphreys? Pardieu, none. One favour, monsieur, if you please. Let me accompany you once more when you attend the young Manley. I would have a 1 minute's talk with Madame Comstock. Perhaps. His voice trailed off into silence. Horror on the Links, Part 2. Mrs. Cornelia Comstock was a lady of imposing physique and even more imposing manner. She was wont to receive respectful and ceremonious consideration from society reporters, her fellow club members, even from solicitors for causes. But to de Grandin she was simply a woman who had information which he desired. Prefacing his inquiry with a sort of bow none but a Frenchman can achieve, he began directly. Madame Comstock, do you, or did you ever know one Dr. Beneckendorf? Mrs. Comstock, who was used to dominating her husband, her daughter, and all mankind in general, drew herself stiffly erect and directed a withering gaze at him. My good man, she began, as though he were an overcharging taxi driver, but the Frenchman met her cold eyes with eyes equally cold and uncompromising. You will answer my questions, please, he told her. Primarily I represent the Republic of France, but I also represent humanity. Once more, please, did you ever know a Dr. Beneckendorf? Mrs. Comstock's imperious glance lowered before de Grandin's unwinking stare, and her thin lips twitched slightly as she replied, yes. Ah, we make progress. When did you know him? In what circumstances? Believe me, you may speak in confidence before me and Dr. Trowbridge, but please to speak frankly. The importance is great. I knew Otto Beneckendorf many years ago, the lady answered in a low voice. He had just come to this country from Europe, and was teaching science at the university near which I lived as a girl. We We were engaged." "Ah, so. And your betrothal was broken? For what reason, please?" Looking at her, I could scarcely recognize the community's social dictator in Mrs. Cornelia Comstock as she regarded de Grandin with wondering, frightened eyes. She shivered, as though she felt a sudden draught of chilled air, before answering. He was impossible, sir. We had vivisectionists even in those days, but this man seemed to torture poor, helpless animals for the love of it. I gave him back his ring when he boasted of one of his experiments to me. He seemed to enjoy telling how the poor beast suffered before it died. Eh bien, de Grandin shot me a meaning glance, as though I, too, followed the thread of his examination unravelled. "We do progress. Your betrothal, then, was broken. He left you, this so cruel experimenter. Did he leave in friendship?" He leaned forward, waxed cat, mustaches bristling, as he waited her reply in breathless eagerness. Mrs. Comstock looked like one on the verge of fainting, as she almost whispered, "Oh, no, he left me with a terrible threat. I remember his very words. Can I ever forget them? He said, 'I go from you, but I shall return. Nothing but death can cheat me. I shall bring on you and yours a horror such as no man has known since the days before Adam.'" De Grandin almost danced as she finished speaking. "Aha!" he exclaimed, "the explanation is ours. The mystery is almost solved. Thank you, madam. If you will tell me one more little thing, I shall retire and trouble you no more. Your daughter, she is betrothed to one Monsieur Manley. Tell me, I beg, when and where did she meet this young man?" "I introduced them," the lady replied, with a return of something of her frigid manner. "Mr. Manley came to my husband with letters of introduction from an old schoolmate of his, a fellow student at the university in Cape Town." "Eh?" de Grandin almost shrieked. "Cape Town, do you say? Cape Town, South Africa? Nom du petit bonhomme, from Cape Town. When was this, madam, please?" "A year ago. Why? And Monsieur Manley, he has lived with you how long?" The question shut off her offended protest half unuttered. "Mr. Manley is stopping with us," she answered icily. "He is to marry my daughter, Millicent, next month. Really, sir, I fail to see what interest the Republic of France, which you represent, and humanity, which you also claim to represent, can have in my private affairs. If—" "And this Cape Town friend," de Grandin interrupted feverishly. "Tell me, his name was what, and his business?" "Tell me," he cried impatiently, extending his slender hands as though to choke the answer from her. "Nom de fusil, I must know, at once." "We do not know his street and number," Mrs. Comstock replied. "His name is Alexander Findlay, and he is a diamond factor." "Ah, bien. Thank you, madam. You have been most kind," said de Grandin, as he struck his heels together and bowed as though hinged at the hips. It was past midnight when the phone rang insistently. "Western Union speaking," a girl's voice announced over the wire. "Cablegram for Dr. de Grandin." "Ready?" "Yes," I answered, seizing the pencil and pad beside the instrument. "Read it, please." "No person by name Alexander Findlay, diamond factor, known here. No record of such person in last 5 years. Signed, Burlingame, Inspector of Police. The cable is from Cape Town, South Africa," she added, as I finished jotting down her dictation. "Very good," I replied. "Forward a typed confirmation in the morning, please." Then I went to de Grandin's room with the message. "Mille tonnerres!" he shouted, flinging the covers back as I read him the cablegram. "De Grandin, he is a fool, eh? Listen." He leaped from the bed and raced across the room to where his coat hung over a chair. Extracting a black leather notebook, almost as large as a desk dictionary, He thumbed its pages rapidly, finally found the entry he sought. "Behold, this Monsieur Calamar, whom no one knows about. He have lived here 10 months and 26 days. I have it from that so stupid real estate broker who think I ask information for a directory of scientists. That young Monsieur Manley, he have known those Comstocks for about a year. He bring them a letter of introduction from a schoolmate of Monsieur Comstock, who are unknown to the Cape Town police. Pardieu! Hereafter Jules de Grandin, he sleep all day, and prowl all night. Tomorrow, monsieur, you shall introduce me to the gun merchant. I desire to possess one Winchester rifle." The time drifted by, de Grandin going, gun in hand, each night to his lonely vigil, but no developments in the mystery of the Humphreys murder or the attack on Paul Maitland were reported. The date for Millicent Comstock's wedding approached, and the big mansion was filled to overflowing with boisterous young folks. Still de Grandin continued to invert the time, sleeping by day, patrolling by night. 2 nights before the marriage day, he accosted me as he came downstairs. "Trowbridge, my friend, you have been most patient with me. If you will come tonight, I think perhaps I can show you some result." "All right," I agreed. "I haven't the slightest idea what this folderol is about, but I'm willing to be convinced." At his request I got out my car and drove to within a block of the Comstock house, parking the machine in a small copse of trees where it would be readily accessible, yet effectually concealed. "My friend," de Grandin began as we skirted the Comstock lawn, keeping well hidden in the shadows, "I am not certain of what I do. I am like one who walks an unfamiliar path with a hoodwink on his eyes. Yet my brain tell me I follow no false road. No man knows what part Tanit, the moon goddess, plays in the affairs of men, even today when her name is forgotten by all but dusty, dry antiquaries. This we know, however, at the entrance of life our appearance is governed, in the matter of days, by the phase of the moon. You, as a physician with obstetrical knowledge, know that. 2. When the time to go approach, the crisis of disease is often governed by the moon's phase. Why this is we know not, that it is we know full well. Suppose, then, the cellular organization of a body be violently, unnaturally changed, and nature's whole force be exerted toward a readjustment. Is it not reasonable to suppose that the moon, which effect childbirth and death, might have some force to apply in such a case? I dare say, I conceded, but I don't follow you. Just what is it you expect, or suspect, de Grandin? Nothing, he answered. I suspect nothing. I affirm nothing. I deny nothing. I am agnostic, but I am hopeful. If events prove me a doting fool, making a great black luton of my own shadow, no one will be happier than I. But he who prepares for the worst is most agreeably disappointed if the best occurs. He touched my elbow. "Here we rest a while," he murmured, squatting in the shadow of a small clump of dwarf pines. "That light, it is in the window of Mademoiselle Millicent's room, n'est-ce pas?" "Yes," I confirmed, wondering if I were on a fool's errand with a lunatic for company. The merrymaking inside the house was wearing to a close as we took our station. Within half an hour the mansion was shrouded in quiet darkness. De Grandin fidgeted nervously, fussing with the lock of his gun, ejecting and reinserting cartridges, playing a devil's tattoo on the barrel with his long, tapering fingers. Almost like a floodlight turned on the scene, the moon's radiance suddenly deluged the house, grounds, and surroundings with silver as the wind swept aside a veil of clouds. "Ah," de Grandin muttered, "now we shall see what we shall see, perhaps." As though his words had been a cue, there echoed from the house before us a scream of such wild, bewildered terror as few men have been unfortunate enough to hear. In the course of 20 years' active practice of medicine, I had heard almost every sort of cry that physical anguish can wring from tortured flesh, but never anything like this. Fear, stark, hideous fear, played on the vocal cords of the screamer like a madman twanging a harp, bringing forth a symphony of terror that stopped the breath, hot and sulphurous, in my throat, and sent an itching tingle through my scalp. "Ah!" de Grandin exclaimed in a rising tone as he grasped his rifle and stared fixedly at the house. "Grand Dieu! Grant he comes forth. Only that, and I shall be content." Light flashed inside the house. The patter of terrified feet sounded among the babel of wondering, questioning voices, but the scream was not repeated. "Ah!" de Grandin breathed again, his voice razor-edged with excitement. "Look, my friend, le gorille! Behold, he comes!" Emerging from Millicent's window, horrible as a devil from lowest hell, was a great, hairy head set low upon a pair of shoulders which must have been 4 feet across. An arm which somehow reminded me of a giant snake slipped forth, grasped the cast-iron downspout at the corner of the house, and drew a thick-set, misshapen body after it. A leg tipped with a prehensile, hand-like foot was thrown over the sill, and, like a spider from its lair, the monster leaped from the darkened window and hung a moment to the iron pipe with its sable body silhouetted against the white walls of the house. But what was that white-robed form which hung pendant from the grasp of the beast's free arm? My staring eyes strained across the moonlit night, and my mouth went dry with horror. Like a beautiful, white moth inert in the grasp of the spider, her fair hair unbound and falling like a golden veil before her marble-white face, her night-clothing rent into a motley of tatters, Millicent Comstock hung in the creature's grasp. "Shoot! Shoot, man! For God's sake, shoot!" I screamed, but only a whisper, inaudible 10 feet away, came from my fear-thickened lips. "Silence, fool!" de Grandin ground between his teeth, as he pressed his gun-stock against his cheek and drew the muzzle in line with the descending brute's body. Slowly, so slowly it seemed an hour was consumed in the process, the great primate descended the water-pipe, leaping the last 15 feet of the trip and crouching on the moonlit lawn, its tiny, deep-set eyes glaring malignantly as though it challenged the world for possession of its prey. I could hear de Grandin's breath rasping in his nostrils as he sighted his gun and drew the trigger. A roar like a bursting shell sounded as the smokeless powder's flash burned a gash in the night, and a bullet went screaming through the air. Again de Grandin fired, throwing the magazine mechanism with feverish haste. The monster staggered drunkenly against the house as the detonation of the first shot sounded. With the second, it dropped Millicent's body to the lawn and uttered a cry which was part roar, part snarl, and trailing one of its hairy arms helplessly, leaped towards the woods, crossing the grass plot in great, awkward leaps which reminded me, absurdly, of the bouncing of a huge inflated ball. "Attend, mademoiselle," de Grandin commanded sharply, throwing a fresh cartridge into his firing chamber. "I will see to the hairy one. Have no fear. I have shot his brethren in Africa." I bent above the girl's huddled body, putting my ear to her breast. Faint but perceptible, I made out a heartbeat, and lifted her in my arms, carrying her toward the house. "Dr. Trowbridge!" Mrs. Comstock, followed by a throng of frightened, half-clothed guests, met me at the front door. "What has happened? Good heavens, Millicent!" She rushed forward, seizing her daughter's flaccid hands in both her own trembling ones. "Oh, what is it? What is it?" "Help me get Millicent to bed and get me some smelling salts and some brandy," I commanded, ignoring her questions. A few minutes later, with restoratives applied, and electric pads at her feet and back, The girl showed signs of returning consciousness. "Get out, all of you," I ordered curtly. "Hysterical women, even patients' mothers, are no fit occupants for the room when consciousness is regained after profound shock." Millicent stirred in her faint, rolling her head feebly from side to side, and moaning. "Oh, the ape thing," she whimpered in a small, childish voice. It was not till several hours later I realized she used exactly the term Paul Maitland had employed when recovering from his faint. "All right, dear," I comforted. "It's all right now. You're safe in bed. Old Dr. Trowbridge is here. He won't let anything hurt you." She half opened her lovely eyes, saw me sitting beside her, and smiled sleepily in reassurance. Next moment she was soundly and naturally asleep, both her hands clasping one of mine. Dr. Trowbridge," Mrs. Comstock whispered from the bedroom door, "we've searched all over the place, and there is no sign of Mr. Manley. Do you suppose anything could have happened to him?" "I think it quite likely something could, and did," I answered, turning from her to smooth her daughter's hair. "Par la barbe and bouc noir," de Grandin exclaimed, as disheveled, but with a light of exhilaration in his direct blue eyes. He met me in the Comstock hall some 2 hours later. "Chère Madame Comstock, you are to be congratulated. But for my so brave colleague, Dr. Trowbridge, and my own lowly self, your charming daughter had shared the fate of that never enough to be pitied Sarah Humphreys. Trowbridge, mon vieux, I have not been quite frank with you. I have not told you all. But this thing, it was so incredible, so seemingly impossible, that you would not have believed. Even now, knowing what you know, having seen with your 2 eyes what you have seen this night, you do not quite believe. Eh bien? Perhaps it is better so. To begin, when this sacré Benekendorf was in the madhouse, he raved continually about his confinement cheating him of his revenge, the revenge he had so long planned against one Madame Comstock of America. We French are logical, not like you English and Americans. We write down and keep for a possible reference even what a madman say. Why not? It may be useful some day. Now, friend Trowbridge, I tell you some time ago this Benekendorf were reported in the Congo Belgique. Yes? But I do not tell you he were reported in charge of a young, half-grown gorilla. No. When this pauvre Mademoiselle Humphreys is killed in that so terrible manner, I remember my own African days, and I say to me, aha, it look as if Monsieur le Gorille, the gorilla, have been about this place. I ask to know if any such have escaped from the circus or zoo from near by or far. All answers are no. Then that Sergeant Costello, he bring me to this so splendid savant, Dr. Trowbridge, and with him I go to interview that young Paul Maitland, who have encountered much strangeness on the golf links where the young woman was killed. And what do he tell me? He relate of the thing that have hair, that jump up and down like an enraged ape, and that act like a gorilla, but wear a man's evening clothes. Parbleu! It is to think, no gorilla have escape, yet what seems one is here encountered, wearing the clothes of a man. I search my memory. I remember that madman and the poor infants he turned into monkey things with his damnable serums. I say, if he can turn man-child into monkey things, why not can he turn ape things into men things, eh? I find one Dr. Colmore live here unknown. I search about and learn a certain man here are seen coming from his place in secret. I also find in this certain man's discarded shirt the hair of a gorilla. Morbleu! I think some more, and the thoughts I think are not pleasant thoughts. I reason. Suppose this serum which make a man-thing of an ape are not permanent. What then? If it are not renewed at times, the man becomes an ape again. You follow? Bien? Now, the other day, I learned something which make me think some more. This Beneckendorf, he rave against one Madame Comstock. You, Madame Comstock, admit you once knew this Beneckendorf. He have loved you, as he understand love. Now he hate you only as he, with his diseased but great brain, can hate. Is it not against you he plan his devilish scheme? I think so. I send a cablegram, never mind to who. Dr. Trowbridge knows that, and I get the answer I expect, but fear. The man in whose shirt I find those gorilla hairs is no man at all. He is one terrible masquerade of a man. So, now I reason. Suppose this masquerading monkey thing do not get his serum as expected, what will he do? I fear to answer my own question, but I do answer it just the same, and I buy a gun. This gun have bullets of soft lead, and I make them still more efficient by cutting a V-shaped notch in each of their heads. When they strike something they spread out for a space you could not cover with your hand. Voila! I take my gun and wait. Tonight what I have expect come about. I am ready. I shoot, and each time my bullets strike, it tear a great hole in the body of the man who is an ape. He drop his prey and seek the shelter his little ape brain tell him to fly to. He goes to the house of this so unknown Dr. Kalmar. I follow quick. The ape are tortured with my bullet wounds. When he reached the house of Kalmar, he is angry, and set upon this Kalmar and tear him to pieces, even as he have killed poor Sarah Humphreys before. I, arriving with my gun, I kill the gorilla with one more shot. But before I come back here I recognize the dead corpse of that Dr. Kalmar. He are one and the same as that Beneckendorf who have escaped from our Paris madhouse. I destroy his devil's brews with which he makes monkeys of men and men of monkeys. It is better their secret be never known. I think the Mademoiselle Humphreys were so unfortunate as to meet this ape-man when he were on his way to Kalmar's house, as he had been taught to come. As a man, perhaps, he knew not this Kalmar, or as we know him, Beneckendorf. But as brute, this Beneckendorf was the only man he know, his master, the man who brought him from Africa. When he find that poor girl, she scream, and his savageness became uppermost. Believe me, the gorilla is 10,000 times more savage than the lion, and he tear her to pieces. He also try to tear the young Maitland to pieces, but luckily for him and for us, he fail, and we get the story which put us on the track. Voila! It is finished. Triomphe! I make my report to the good Sergeant Costello, and show him the bodies at Kalmar's house. Then I return to France. The Ministry of Health, they will be glad to know that Beneckendorf is no more. But Monsieur Grandin, Mrs. Comstock demanded, who was this man, or this ape you killed? I held my breath as de Grandin fixed his direct stare on her, then sighed with relief as he replied, I cannot say, madame. Well, Mrs. Comstock's natural disputatiousness came to the surface. I think it's very queer you know so much about him, but don't know his name. Ah, madame, he shook his head sadly, there are very many queer things in life, things which may puzzle even you. I bid you good night. When the police look for Monsieur Manley, mon Dieu, what a name for that ape thing! They will be puzzled, he told me as we walked toward my waiting motor. I must remember to warn Sergeant Costello to enter that disappearance on his books as a case permanently unsolved. No one will ever know the true facts but you, I, and the French Ministry of Health. Trowbridge, my friend. The public they would not believe, even if we told them. I wonder if they will. The Tenant of Broussac, Part 1. La Rue des Batailles was justifying its name. From my table on the narrow sidewalk before the Café de Liberté, I could view three distinct fights alternately, or simultaneously. Two cock sparrows contended noisily for possession of a wisp of straw. A girl with unbelievably small feet and incredibly thick ankles addressed a flood of gammon abuse to an oily-haired youth who wore a dirty black silk muffler in lieu of a collar. At the curb a spade-bearded patron, considerably the worse for vin ordinaire, haggled volubly with an unshaven taxi chauffeur over an item of 5 francs. I had dropped my cigar end into my empty coffee cup, motioned the waiter for my addition, and shoved back my chair, when a light but commanding tap fell on my shoulder. "Now for it," I muttered, feeling sure some passing bravo, aching for a fight, had chosen me for his attentions. Turning suddenly, I looked straight into a pair of light blue eyes, round as a cat's, and just missing a humorous expression because of their challenging directness. Beneath the eyes was a straw-colored mustache, trimly waxed into a horizontal line and bristling so belligerently as to heighten its wearer's resemblance to a truculent tomcat. Below the feline mustache was a grin wider and friendlier than any I had seen in Paris. "Par la barbe d'un bouc vert," swore my accoster, "if it is not truly my friend, the good Dr. Trowbridge, then I am first cousin to the Emperor of China." "Why, de Grandin," I exclaimed, grasping his small sinewy hand, "fancy meeting you this way. I called at the École de Médecine the day after I arrived, but they told me you were off on one of your wild goose chases, and only heaven knew when you'd be back." He tweaked the points of his mustache alternately as he answered with another grin. "But of course, those dull-witted ones would term my researches in the domain of inexact science a wild goose hunt. Pardieu, they have no vision beyond their test-tubes and retorts, those ones." "What is it this time?" I asked as we caught step. "A criminal investigation or a ghost-breaking expedition?" "Morbleu," he answered with a chuckle, "I think perhaps it is a little of both. Listen, my friend, do you know the country about Rouen?" "Not I," I replied. "This is my first trip to France, and I've been here only 3 days." "Ah, yes," he returned, "your ignorance of our geography is truly deplorable, but it can be remedied. Have you an inflexible program mapped out?" "No, this is my first vacation in 10 years, and I've made no plans, except to get as far away from medicine as possible." "Good," he applauded. "I can promise you a complete change from your American practice, my friend. Such a change as will banish all thoughts of patients, pills, and prescriptions entirely from your head. Will you join me?" "That depends," I temporized. "What sort of case are you working on?" Discretion was the better part of acceptance when talking with Jules de Grandin, I knew. Educated for the profession of medicine, one of the foremost anatomists and physiologists of his generation, and a shining light in the University of Paris faculty, this restless, energetic little scientist had chosen criminology and occult investigation as a recreation from his vocational work, and had gained almost as much fame in these activities as he had in the medical world. During the war he had been a prominent, though necessarily anonymous, member of the Allied Intelligence Service. Since the armistice he had penetrated nearly every quarter of the globe on special missions for the French Ministry of Justice. It behooved me to move cautiously when he invited me to share an exploit with him. The trail might lead to India, Greenland, or Tierra del Fuego before the case was closed. "Eh bien," he laughed, "you are ever the old cautious one, friend Trowbridge. Never will you commit yourself until you have seen blueprints and specifications of the enterprise. Very well, then, listen. Near Rouen stands the very ancient chateau of the de Broussac family. Parts of it were built as early as the 11th century. None of it is less than 200 years old. The family has dwindled steadily in wealth and importance until the last two generations have been reduced to living on the income derived from renting the chateau to wealthy foreigners. A common story, n'est-ce pas? Very well. Wait, comes now the uncommon part. Within the past year, the Chateau Broussac has had no less than 6 tenants. No renter has remained in possession for more than 2 months, and each tenancy has terminated in a tragedy of some sort. Stories of this kind get about. Houses acquire unsavory reputations, even as people do, and tenants are becoming hard to find for the chateau. Monsieur Berger, the de Broussac family's abu, has commissioned me to discover the reason for these interrupted tenancies. He desires me to build a dam against the flood of ill fortune which makes tenants scarce at the chateau, and threatens to pauperize one of the oldest and most useless families of France. You say the tenancies were terminated by tragedies? I asked, more to make conversation than from interest. But yes, he answered. The cases, as I have their histories, are like this. Monsieur Alvarez, a wealthy Argentine cattle raiser, rented the chateau last April. He moved in with his family, his servants, and entirely too many cases of champagne. He had lived there only about 6 weeks, when one night such of the guests as retained enough soberness to walk to bed missed him at the good-night round of drinks. He was also missing the following morning and the following night. Next day a search was instituted, and a servant found his body in the chapel of the oldest part of the chateau. Morbleu, all the doctors in France could not reassemble him. Literally, my friend, he was strewn about the sanctuary, his limbs torn off, his head severed most untidily at the neck, every bone in his trunk smashed like crockery in a china store struck by lightning. He was like a doll pulled to pieces by a peevish child. Voila! The Alvarez family decamped the premises, and the Van Brunt family moved in. That Monsieur Van Brunt had amassed a fortune selling supplies to the Salboche during the war. Eh bien, I could not wish him the end he had. Too much food, too much wine, too little care of his body he took. One night he rose from his bed and wandered in the chateau grounds. In the place where the ancient moat formerly was they found him, his thick body thin at last, and almost twice its natural length, squeezed out like a tube of creme from a lady's dressing-table, trodden underfoot by an awkward servant. He was not a pretty sight, my friend. The other tenants, too, all left when some member of their families or suites met a terrifying fate. There was Simpson, the Englishman, whose crippled son fell from the battlements of the old courtyard, and Biddle, the American, whose wife now shrieks and drools in a madhouse, and Musset, the banker from Montreal, who woke one night from a doze in his study chair to see death staring at him in the eye. Now Monsieur Luke Bixby, from Oklahoma, resides at Broussac with his wife and daughter, and I wait to hear of a misfortune in their midst. You will come with me? You will help me avert peril from a fellow countryman? Oh, I suppose so, I agreed. One part of France appealed to me as strongly as another, and de Grandin was never a dull companion. Ah, good, he exclaimed, offering his hand in token of our compact. Together, mon vieux, we shall prove such a team as the curse of Broussac shall find hard to contend with. The sun was well down toward the horizon when our funny little train puffed officiously into Rouen the following day. The long European twilight had dissolved into darkness, and oblique shadows slanted from the trees in the nascent moonlight as our hired moteur entered the chateau park. "Good evening, Monsieur Bixby," de Grandin greeted as we followed the servant into the great hallway. "I have taken the liberty to bring a compatriot of yours, Dr. Trowbridge, with me to aid in my researches." He shot me a meaning glance as he hurried on. Your kindness in permitting me the facilities of the chateau library is greatly appreciated, I do assure you." Bixby, a big, full-fleshed man with ruddy face and drooping mustache, smiled amiably. "Oh, that's all right, monsieur," he answered. "There must be a couple of million books stacked up in there, and I can't read a one of 'em. But I've got to pay rent on 'em just the same. So I'm mighty glad you, or someone who savvies the lingo, can put 'em to use. And Madam Bixby, she is well, and so the charming Mademoiselle, she too is in good health, I trust?" Our host looked worried. "To tell you the truth, she ain't," he replied. "Mother and I had reckoned to stay in one of these old houses here in France would be just the thing for her, but it seems she ain't doing so well as we'd hoped. Maybe we'd better try Switzerland for a spell. They say the mountain air there—" De Grandin bent forward eagerly. "What is the nature of Mademoiselle's indisposition?" he asked. "Dr. Trowbridge is one of your America's most famous physicians. Perhaps he—" He paused significantly. "That's so." Bixby beamed on me. "I'd kind of figured you was one of them doctors of philosophy we see so many of around here, 'stead of a regular doctor. Now, if you'd be so good as to look at Adrian, Doc, I'd take it right kindly. Will you come this way? I'll see supper's ready by the time you get through with her." He led us up a magnificent stairway of ancient carved oak, down a corridor panelled in priceless wainscot, and knocked gently at a high arched door of age-blackened wood. "Adrian, darlin'," he called in a huskily tender voice, "here's a doctor to see you, an American doctor, honey. Can you see him?" "Yes," came the reply from beyond the door, and we entered a bedroom as large as a barrack, furnished with articles of antique design worth their weight in gold to any museum rich enough to buy them. Fair-haired and violet-eyed, slender to the border-line of emaciation, and with too high a flush on her cheeks, Bixby's daughter lay propped among a heap of real lace pillows on the great carved bed, the white of her thin throat and arms only a shade warmer than the white of her silk nightdress. Her father tiptoed from the room with clumsy care, and I began my examination, observing her heart and lung action by auscultation and palpation, taking her pulse and estimating her temperature as accurately as possible without my clinical thermometer. Though she appeared suffering from fatigue, there was no evidence of functional or organic weakness in any of her organs. I muttered, looking as professionally wise as possible. "Just how long have you felt ill, Miss Bixby?" The girl burst into a storm of tears. "I'm not ill," she denied hotly. "I am not— Oh, why don't you all go away and leave me alone? I don't know what's the matter with me. I just want to be left alone." She buried her face in a pillow, and her narrow shoulders shook with sobs. "Friend Trowbridge," de Grandin whispered, "a tonic, something simple, like a glass of sherry with meals, is indicated, I think. Meantime, let us repair to the so excellent supper which awaits below." We repaired. There was nothing else to do. His advice was sound, I knew, for all the physician's skill is powerless to cheer a young woman who craves the luxury of being miserable. "Find anything serious, Doc?" Bixby asked as de Grandin and I seated ourselves in the chateau's panelled dining hall. "No," I assured him. "She seems a little run down, but there's certainly nothing wrong which can't be corrected by a light tonic, some judicious exercise, and plenty of rest." "Uh-huh," he nodded, brightening. "I've been right smart worried over her lately. You know, we wasn't always rich. Up to a couple of years ago we were poor as church mice, land poor, in the bargain. Then, when they begun finding oil round our place, Mother kept at me till I started some drilling too, and darned if we didn't bring in a gusher first crack out of the box. Adrian used to teach school when we was ranchin' it, trying to rather, and she and a young lawyer named Ray O'Keefer had it all fixed up to get married." Ray was a good, upstanding boy, too. He had a considerable practice worked up over Bartleville way, took his own company overseas during the war, and would have been run for the legislature in a little while, like as not. But when we started taking royalties on our leases at the rate of about $300 a week, Mother, she ups and says he warn't no fitting match for our daughter. Then she and Adrian had it hot and heavy with me staying out of the fuss and being neutral as far as possible. Mother was all for breaking the engagement off short. Adrian was set on getting married right away, and they finally compromised by agreeing to call a truce for a year, while Ray stayed home and looked after his practice, and Adrian come over here to Europe with Mother and me to see the world, and have her mind broadened by travel, as Mother says. She's been getting a letter from Ray at every stop we made since we left home, and sending back answers just as regular, till we come here. Lately she ain't seemed to care nothing about Ray, one way or other. Don't answer his letters, half the time, don't trouble opening 'em even, and goes around the place as if she was sleepwalking. Seems kind of peaked and run down like, too. We been right worried over her. You're sure it ain't consumption or nothing like that, Doc?" He looked anxiously at me again. "Have no fear, Monsieur," de Grandin answered for me. "Dr. Trowbridge and I will give the young lady our greatest care. Rest assured, we shall effect a complete cure." 2 shots, following each other in quick succession, sounded from the grounds outside, cutting short his words. We rushed to the entrance, meeting a breathless gamekeeper in the corridor. "Le serpent! Le serpent!" he exclaimed excitedly, rushing up to Bixby. "Oui, monsieur. Un serpent monstrueux dans le jardin." "What is it you say?" de Grandin demanded. "A serpent in the garden? Where? When? How big?" The fellow spread his arms to their fullest reach, extending his fingers to increase the space encompassed. "A tremendous serpent, monsieur," he panted. "Greater than the boa constrictor in the Paris menagerie, 10 meters long at the shortest." "Pardieu! A snake 30 feet long!" de Grandin breathed incredulously. "Come, mon enfant, take us to the spot where you saw this great zoological wonder." "Here, 'twas here I saw him, with my own 2 eyes." The man almost screamed in his excitement, pointing to a small copse of evergreens growing close beside the chateau wall. "See, it's here the shots I fired at him cut the bushes." He pointed to several broken limbs where buckshot from his fowling piece had crashed through the shrubs. "Here, mon Dieu," muttered Grandin. "Huh?" Bixby produced a plug of tobacco and bit off a generous mouthful. "If you don't lay off that brandy they sell down at the village, you'll be seeing pink elephants roosting in the trees pretty soon. A 30-foot snake, in this country! Why, we don't grow 'em that big in Oklahoma. Come on, gentlemen, let's get to bed. This feller snake didn't come out of no hole in the wall, he came out of a bottle." Mrs. Bixby, a buxom woman with pale eyes and tinted hair, had small courtesy to waste on us next morning at breakfast. A physician from America who obviously did not enjoy an ultra-fashionable practice at home, and an undersized foreigner with a passion for old books, balked of small importance in her price-marked world. Bixby was taciturn with the embarrassed silence of a wife-ridden man before strangers, and de Grandin and I went into the library immediately following the meal without any attempt at making table talk. My work consisted, for the most part, of lugging ancient volumes in scuffed bindings from the high shelves and piling them on the table before my colleague. After 1 or 2 attempts I gave over the effort to read them, since those not in archaic French were in monkish Latin, both of which were as unintelligible to me as Choctaw. The little Frenchman, however, dived into the mouldering tomes like a gourmet attacking a feast, making voluminous notes, nodding his head furiously as statement after statement in the books seemed to confirm some theory of his, or muttering an occasional approving morbleu or pardieu. "Friend Trowbridge," He looked up from the dusty book spread before him and fixed me with his unwinking stare. "Is it not time you saw our fair patient? Go to her, my friend, and whether she approves or whether she objects, apply the stethoscope to her breast, and while you do so, examine her torso for bruises." "Bruises?" I echoed. "Precisely, exactly, quite so," he shot back. "Bruises, I have said it. They may be of the significance, they may not, but if they are present I desire to know it. I have an hypothesis." "Oh, very well," I agreed, and went to find my stethoscope. Though she had not been present at breakfast, I scarcely expected to find Adrian Bixby in bed, for it was nearly noon when I rapped at her door. "Sh, monsieur le docteur," cautioned the maid who answered my summons. "Mademoiselle is still asleep. She is exhausted, the poor pretty one." "Who is it, Roxanne?" Adrian demanded, in a sleepy, querulous voice. "Tell them to go away." I inserted my foot in the door, and spoke softly to the maid. "Mademoiselle is more seriously ill than she realizes. It is necessary that I make an examination." "Oh, good morning, doctor," the girl said, as I brushed past the maid and approached the bed. Her eyes widened with concern as she saw the stethoscope dangling from my hand. Is there anything the matter? Seriously the matter with me?" she asked. "My heart? My lungs?" "We don't know yet," I evaded. "Very often, you know, symptoms which seem of no importance prove of the greatest importance. Then again, we often find that signs which seem serious at first mean nothing at all. That's it. Just lie back. It will be over in a moment." I placed the instrument against her thin chest, and as I listened to the exhilarated beating of her healthy young heart, glanced quickly down along the line of her ribs beneath the low neckband of her nightrobe. "Oh, doctor, what is it?" the girl cried in alarm, for I had started back so violently that one of the earphones was shaken from my head. Around the young girl's body, over the ribs, was an ascending livid spiral, definitely marked, as though a heavy rope had been wound about her, then drawn taut. "How did you get that bruise?" I demanded, tucking my stethoscope into my pocket. A quick flush mantled her neck and cheeks, but her eyes were honest as she answered simply, "I don't know, doctor. It's something I can't explain. When we first came here to Broussac I was well as could be. We'd only been here about 3 weeks when I began to feel all used up in the morning. I'd go to bed early and sleep late, and spend most of the day lying around, but I never seemed to get enough rest. I began to notice these bruises about that time, too. First they were on my arm, about the wrist or above the elbow, several times all the way up. Lately they've been around my waist and body, sometimes on my shoulders, too, and every morning I feel tireder than the day before. Then, she turned her face from me, and tears welled in her eyes. I don't seem to be interested in things the way I used to be. Oh, doctor, I wish I were dead. I'm no earthly good, and—" Now, I soothed. "I know what you mean when you say you've lost interest in things. There'll be plenty of interest when you get back to Oklahoma again, young lady." "Oh, doctor, are we going back, really? I asked Mother if we mightn't yesterday, and she said Dad'd leased this place for a year, and we'd have to stay until the lease expired." "Do you mean she's changed her mind?" Well," I temporized, "perhaps you won't leave Broussac right away, but you remember that old saying about Mohammed and the mountain? Suppose we were to import a little bit of Oklahoma to France, what then?" "No." She shook her head vigorously, and her eyes filled with tears again. "I don't want Ray to come here. This is an evil place, doctor. It makes people forget all they ever loved and cherished. If he came here he might forget me as—" The sentence dissolved in a fresh flood of tears. Well, I comforted, We'll see if we can't get Mother to listen to medical advice." Mother never listened to anybody's advice. She sobbed as I closed the door softly and hurried downstairs to tell de Grandin my discovery. Cordieu! De Grandin swore excitedly as I concluded my recitation. A bruise about her so white body, and before that on her arms. Nom de nom! My friend, this plot, it requires the thickness. What do you think? I searched my memory for long-forgotten articles in the medical Times. I've read of these stigmata appearing on patients' bodies. They were usually connected with the presence of some wasting disease and an abnormal state of mind, such as extreme religious fervor, or— "Ah, bah!" he cut in. "Friend Trowbridge, you cannot measure the wind with a yardstick, nor weigh a thought on the scales. We deal with something not referable to clinical experiments in this case, or I am much mistaken." "Why, how do you mean?" I began, but he turned away with an impatient shrug. "I mean nothing now," he answered. "The wise judge is he who gives no decision until he has heard all the testimony." Again he commenced reading from the huge volume open before him, making notations on a slip of paper as his eyes travelled rapidly down the lines of faded type. Mrs. Bixby did not join us at dinner that evening, and as a consequence the conversation was much less restrained. Coffee was served in the small corridor connecting the wide entrance hall with the library, and, under the influence of a hearty meal, 3 kinds of wine and several glasses of liqueur, our host expanded like a flower in the sun. "They tell me Joan of Arc was burned to death in Rouen," he commented as he bit the end of a cigar and elevated one knee over the arm of his chair. "Queer way to treat a girl who had done so much for 'em, seems to me. The guide told us she's been made a saint or something since then, though." "Yes," I assented idly. "Having burned her body and anathematized her soul, the ecclesiastical authorities later decided the poor child's spirit was unjustly condemned. Too bad a little of their sense of justice wasn't felt by the court which tried her in Rouen." De Grandin looked quizzically at me as he pulled his waxed moustaches alternately, for all the world like a tomcat combing his whiskers. "Throw not too many stones, my friend," he cautioned. "Nearly 500 years have passed since the Maid of Orleans was burned as a heretic. Today your American courts convict high school teachers for heresy far less grave than that charged against our Joan. We may yet see the bones of your so estimable Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin exhumed from their graves and publicly burned by your heretic baiters of this day. No, no, my friend, it is not for us of today to sneer at the heretic burners of yesterday. Torquemada's body lies in the tomb these many years, but his spirit still lives. Mon Dieu, what is it that I say? His spirit still lives. Sacre nom d'une souris, that may be the answer." And, as if propelled by a spring, he bounded from his seat and rushed madly down the corridor into the library. "De Grandin, what's the matter?" I asked as I followed him into the book-lined room. "None, none. Go away. Take a walk. Go to the devil," he shot back, staring wildly around the room, his eager eyes searching feverishly for a particular volume. "You vex me, you annoy me, you harass me. I would be alone at this time. Get out." Puzzled and angered by his brusqueness, I turned to leave, but he called over his shoulder as I reached the door. "Friend Trowbridge, please interview Monsieur Bixby's chef, and obtain from him a sack of flour. Bring it here to me in not less than an hour, please." "Forgive my rudeness, friend Trowbridge," he apologized when I re-entered the library an hour or so later, a parcel of flour from Bixby's pantry under my arm. I had a thought which required all my concentration at the time, and any disturbing influence, even your own, always welcome presence, would have distracted my attention, I am sorry and ashamed I spoke so. Oh, never mind that, I replied. Did you find what you were looking for? He nodded emphatically. Mais oui, he assured me. All which I sought, and more. Now let us to work. First I would have you go with me into the garden where that gamekeeper saw the serpent last night. But he couldn't have seen such a snake, I protested as we left the library. We all agreed the fellow was drunk. Surely, exactly, of course, he conceded, nodding vigorously. Undoubtedly, the man had drunk brandy. Do you recall, by any chance, the wise old Latin proverb, in vino veritas? In wine is truth, I translated tentatively. How could the fact that the man was drunk when he imagined he saw a 30-foot snake in a French garden make the snake exist when we know perfectly well such a thing could not be? Oh la la, he chuckled. What a sober-sided one you are, cher ami. It was here the fellow declared Monsieur le Serpent emerged, was it not? See here, there are shot marks on the shrubs. He bent, parting the bushes carefully, and crawling toward the chateau's stone foundation. Observe, he commanded in a whisper, between these two stones the cement has withered away. The opening is great enough to permit passage of a 60-foot serpent did one desire to come this way. No? True enough, I agreed. But the driveway out there would give room for the great Atlantic sea serpent himself to crawl about. You don't contend he's making use of it, though, do you? He tapped his teeth thoughtfully with his forefinger. Pay no attention to my sarcasm. Let us go within, he suggested, brushing the leaf mold carefully from his knees as he rose. We re-entered the house, and he led the way through one winding passage after another, unlocking a succession of nail-studded doors with the bunch of jangling iron keys he obtained from Bixby's butler. "And here is the chapel," he announced, when half an hour's steady walk brought us to a final age-stained door. It was here they found that so unfortunate Monsieur Alvarez. A gloomy place in which to die, truly. It was indeed. The little sanctuary lay dungeon-deep, without windows or apparently any means of external ventilation. Its vaulted roof was composed of a series of equilateral arches whose stringers rose a scant 6 feet above the floor, and rested on great blocks of flint carved in hideous designs of dragons' and griffins' heads. The low altar stood against the farther wall, its silver crucifix blackened with age, and all but eaten away with corrosion. Row on row, about the low upright walls, were lined the crypts containing the coffins of long-dead de Broussacs, each closed with a marble slab engraved with the name and title of its occupant. The pall of cobwebs, almost as heavy as woven fabrics, festooned from vaulted ceiling to floor, intensifying the air of ghostly gloom which hung about the chamber like the acrid odor of ancient incense. My companion set the flickering candle-lantern upon the floor beside the doorway, and broke open the package of flour. "See, friend Trowbridge, do as I do," he directed, dipping his hand into the flour and sprinkling the white powder lightly over the flagstone pavement of the chapel. "Back away toward the door," he commanded, "and on no account leave a footprint in the meal. We must have a fair, unsoiled page for our records." Wonderingly, but willingly, I helped him spread a film of flour over the chapel floor from altar step to doorway, then turned upon him with a question. "What do you expect to find in this meal, de Grandin? Surely not footprints. No one who did not have to would come to this ghastly place." He nodded seriously at me as he picked up his lantern and the remains of the package of flour. "Partly right and partly wrong you are, my friend. One may come who must, one may come who wants. Tomorrow, perhaps, we shall know more than we do today. I was in the midst of my toilet when he burst into my bedroom next morning. feline mustache bristling, his round eyes fairly snapping with excitement. "Come, mon vieux," he urged, tugging at my arm as a nervous terrier might have urged his master to go for a romp. "Come and see, right away, quick at once, immediately." We hastened through the chateau's modern wing, past the doors blocking the corridors of the 15th century buildings, and came at last to the 11th century chapel. De Grandin paused before the oak and iron door like a showman about to raise the curtain from an exhibit as he lit a candle in his lantern, and I heard his small, even teeth clicking together in a chill of suppressed excitement. "Behold, mon ami," he commanded in a hoarse whisper, more expressive of emotion than a shout, "behold what writings are on the page which we did prepare." I looked through the arched doorway, then turned to him, dumb with surprise. Leading from the chapel entrance and ending at the centre of the floor, directly before the altar, was the unmistakable trail of little naked feet. No woodcraft was needed to trace the walker's course. She had entered the sanctuary, marched straight and unswervingly to a spot about 15 feet from the altar, but directly before it, then turned about slowly in a tiny circle, no more than 2 feet in diameter, for at that point the footprints were so superimposed on each other that all individual traces were lost. But the other track which showed in the strewn flour was less easily explained. Beginning at the point discreetly opposite the place the footprint ceased, this other trail ran some 3 or 4 inches wide in a lazy zigzag, as though a single automobile wheel had been rolled in an uncertain course across the floor by someone staggeringly drunk. But no prints of feet followed the wheel track. The thing had apparently traversed the floor of its own volition. "See," de Grandin whispered. "Flower prints led away from the door." He pointed to a series of white prints, plainly describing bare heels and toes, leading up the passage from the chapel door, diminishing in clearness with each step until they faded out some 10 paces toward the modern part of the chateau. "And see," he repeated, drawing me inside the chapel to the wall where the other, inexplicable track began, "a trail leads outward here too." Following his pointing finger with my eye, I saw what I had not noticed before, a cleft in the chapel wall some 5 inches wide, evidently the result of crumbling cement and gradually sinking foundation stones. At the entrance of the fissure a tiny pile of flour showed, as though some object previously dusted with the powder had been forced through the crevice. I blinked stupidly at him. What is this track?" I asked in bewilderment. "Ah, Bob!" he exclaimed disgustedly. "The blindest man is he who shuts his own eyes, my friend. Did you never, as a boy, come upon the trail of a serpent in the dusty road? A snake track! My mind refused the evidence of my eyes. But how can that be, here? The gamekeeper thought he saw a serpent in the garden exactly outside this chapel," de Grandin replied in a low voice, "and it was where that besotted gamekeeper imagined he beheld a serpent that the body of Monsieur Van Brunt was found crushed out of semblance to a human man. Tell me, friend Trowbridge, you know something of zoology. What creature besides the constrictor snake kills his prey by crushing each bone of its body till nothing but shapeless pulp remains, hein?" But I began, when he cut me short. "Go call on our patient," he commanded. "If she sleeps, do not awaken her, but observe the drugget on her floor." I hastened to Adrian Bixby's room, pushed unceremoniously past Roxanne, the maid, and tiptoed to the girl's bedside. She lay on her side, one cheek pillowed on her arm, sleeping the sleep of utter exhaustion. I bent over her a moment, listening to her even breathing, then, nodding to the maid, turned and walked softly from the room, my eyes glued to the dark red plush carpet which covered the chamber floor. 5 minutes later I met the little Frenchman in the library, my excitement now as high as his own. "De Grandin," I whispered, involuntarily lowering my voice. I looked at her carpet. The thing's made of red velvet and shows a spot of dust 10 feet away. A trail of faint white footprints leads right up to her bed. Sacré nom d'un petit baron. He reached for his green felt hat and turned toward the door. The trail becomes clear. Even my good, skeptical friend Trowbridge can follow it, I think. Come, cher ami, let us see what we can see. He led me through the chateau park, between the rows of tall, trembling poplar trees, to a spot where black-boughed evergreens cast perpetual shade above a stone-fenced area of a scant half-acre. Rose bushes, long deteriorated from their cultivated state, ran riot over the ground. The whole enclosure had the gloomy aspect of a deserted cemetery. "Why," I asked, "what place is this, de Grandin?" "It's as different from the rest of the park as death is from life, n'est-ce pas?" he interjected. "Yes, so it is truly. Observe." He parted a mass of intertwined brambles and pointed to a slab of stone, once white but now brown and roughened with centuries of exposure. "Can you read the inscription?" he asked. The letters, once deeply cut in the stone, were almost obliterated, but I made out "Sigy toujours Raymond, Seigneur de Broussac." "What does it say?" he demanded. "Here lies Raymond, Lord of Broussac," I replied, translating as well as I could. "Non, non," he contradicted. "It does not say Sigy, here lies, but Sigy toujours, here lies always, or forever." "Eh, my friend, what do you make of that, if anything?" "Dead men usually lie permanently," I countered. "Ah, so! Have I not heard your countrymen sing, 'John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on'? What of poor Seigneur de Broussac? Is he to lie buried here toujours, or shall he too not rise once again?" "I am not familiar with French idioms," I defended. "Perhaps the stone-cutter merely intended to say the Seigneur de Broussac lies here for his last long sleep." "Cher Trowbridge," de Grandin replied, speaking with a slow impressiveness, "when a man's monument is carved the words are not chosen without due consideration. Who chose Raymond de Broussac's epitaph thought long upon its wording, and when he dictated those words his wish was father to his thought." He stared thoughtfully at the crumbling stone a moment, repeating softly to himself, "And Madame la Blesse," he said, "snake thou art, and—" He shook his shoulders in an impatient shrug as though to throw off some oppressive train of thought. "Eh bien, but we waste time here, my friend. Let us make an experiment." Turning on his heel, he led the way to the stables. "I would have some boards, a hammer, and some sharp nails, if you please," he informed the hostler who greeted us at the barn door. "My friend, the very learned Dr. Trowbridge from America and I desire to test an idea." When the servant brought the desired materials, de Grandin sawed the boards into 2 lengths, one about 18 inches, the other about 3 feet, and through these he drove the sharp-pointed horseshoe nails at intervals of about 3/4 of an inch, so that when he finished he had what resembled 2 large combs, of which the boards were the backs and the needle-pointed nails the teeth. "Now," he announced, surveying his work critically, "I think we are prepared to give a little surprise party." Taking up the hammer and 2 short pieces of boards in addition to his combs, he led the way to the spot outside the chateau walls where the tipsy gamekeeper claimed to have seen the great snake. Here he attached the 2 strips of wood at right angles to the shorter of the pieces of board through which he had driven the nails. Then, using the lateral lengths of wood as staked, attached the comb-like contrivance he had made firmly to the earth, its back resting levelly on the ground, its sharp spikes pointing upward before the crevice in the chateau foundations. Any animal larger than an earthworm desiring to make use of the crack in the wall as a passageway would have to jump or crawl over the sharp, lance-like points of the nails. "Bien," he commented, viewing his work with approval. "Now to put your wise American maxim of safety first into practice." We found our way to the ancient gloomy chapel, and he wedged the longer of the nail-filled boards firmly between the jambs at the inner side of the doorway. "And now," he announced, as we turned once more toward the inhabited part of the house, "I have the splendid appetite for dinner, and for sleep too, when bedtime arrives." "What on earth does all this child's play mean, de Grandin?" I demanded, my curiosity getting the better of me. He winked roguishly by way of answer, whistled a snatch of tune, then remarked irreverently, "If you have the desire to gamble, cher ami, I will lay you a wager of 5 francs that our fair patient will be improved tomorrow morning." Tenant of Broussac, Part 2. He won the bet. For the first time since we had been at Broussac, Adrian Bixby was at the breakfast table the following day, and the healthy colour of her cheeks and the clear sparkle of her lovely eyes told of a long, restful sleep. 2 more days passed, each seeing a marked improvement in her spirits and appearance. The purple semicircles beneath her eyes faded to a wholesome pink. Her laughter rippled like the sound of a purling brook among the shadows of the chateau's gloomy halls. "I gotta hand it to you, Doc," Bixby complimented me. "You've sure brought my little girl round in great shape. Name your figure and I'll pay the bill, and never paid one with a better heart, neither." "Dr. Trowbridge," Adrian accosted me one morning as I was about to join de Grandin in the library. "Remember what you said about importing a little bit of Oklahoma to France the other day? Well, I've just received a letter, the dearest letter, from Ray. He's coming over. He'll be here day after tomorrow, I think, and no matter what Mother says or does, we're going to be married right away. I've been Mrs. Bixby's daughter long enough. Now I'm going to be Mr. Kiefer's wife. If Mother makes Dad refuse to give us any money, it won't make the least little bit of difference. I taught school before Father got his money, and I know how to live as a poor man's wife. I'm going to have my man, my own man, and no one at all, shall keep him away from me one day longer." "Good for you," I applauded her rebellion. Without knowing young Kiefer, I was sure he must be a very desirable sort of person to have incurred the enmity of such a character as Bixby's wife. But next morning Adrian was not at breakfast, and the downcast expression of her father's face told his disappointment more eloquently than any words he could have summoned. "Reckon the girl's had a little setback, Doc," he muttered, averting his eyes. His wife looked me fairly between the brows, and though she said never a word, I felt she considered me a pretty poor specimen of medical practitioner. "Mais non, Monsieur le Docteur," Roxane demurred when I knocked at Adrian's door. "You shall not waken her. The poor lamb is sleeping. She is exhausted this morning, and she shall have her sleep. I, Roxane, say so." Nevertheless, I shook Adrian gently, rousing her from a sleep which seemed more stupor than slumber. "Come, come, my dear," I scolded. "This won't do, you know. You've got to brace up. You don't want Ray to find you in this condition, do you? Remember, he's due at Broussac tomorrow." "Is he?" she answered indifferently. "I don't care. Oh, doctor, I'm so tired." She was asleep again, almost at the last word. I turned back the covers and lifted the collar of her robe. About her body, purple as the marks of a whiplash, lay the wide, circular bruise, fresher and more extensive than it had been the day I first noticed it. "Death of my life," de Grandin swore when I found him in the library and told him what I had seen. "That sacré bruise again? Oh, it is too much. Come and see what else I have found this cursed day." Seizing my hand, he half led, half dragged me outdoors, halting at the clump of evergreens where he had fixed his nail-studded board beside the chateau wall. Ripped from its place and lying some 10 feet away was the board, its nails turned upward in the morning sunlight, and reminding me somehow of the malicious grin from a fleshless skull. "Why, how did this happen?" I asked. He pointed mutely to the moist earth in which the dwarf cedars grew, his hand shaking with excitement and rage. In the soft loam beside the place where the board had been fixed were the prints of 2 tiny bare feet. "What's it mean?" I demanded, exasperated at the way he withheld information from me, but his answer was no more enlightening than any of his former cryptic utterances. "The battle is joined, my friend," he replied through set teeth. "Amuse yourself as you will, or can, this day. I go to Rouen right away, immediately, at once. There are weapons I must have for this fight besides those we now have. Eh, but it will be a fight to the death. Yes, par la croix, and we shall help Death reclaim his own too. Pardieu, am I not Jules de Grandin? Am I to be made a monkey of by one who preys on women? Morbleu, we shall see." And with that he left me striding toward the stables in search of a motor car, his little yellow moustache bristling with fury, his blue eyes snapping, French oaths pouring from him like spray from a garden sprinkler. It was dark before he returned, his green hat set at a rakish angle over his right ear, a long, closely wrapped brown paper parcel under his arm. "Eh bien," he confided to me with an elfish grin, "it required much argument to secure this. That old priest, he is a stubborn one, and unbelieving, almost as sceptical as you, friend Trowbridge." "What on earth is it?" I demanded, looking curiously at the package. Except that it was too long, it might have been an umbrella, judging by its shape. He winked mysteriously as he led the way to his room, where, having glanced about furtively, as though he apprehended some secret watcher, he laid the bundle on the bed and began cutting the string securing its brown paper swaddling clothes with his pocket-knife. Laying back the final layer of paper, he uncovered a long sword, such a weapon as I had never beheld outside a museum. The blade was about 3½ feet in length, tapering from almost 4 inches in width at the base to 1½ inches at the tip, where it terminated in a beveled point. Unlike modern weapons, this one was furnished with 2 sharpened edges, almost keen enough to do duty for a knife, and instead of the usual groove found on the sides of sword blades, its centre presented a distinct ridge where the steep bevels met at an obtuse angle as they sloped from the edges. The handle, made of ivory or some smoothly polished stone, was long enough to permit a 2-handed grip, and the hilt which crossed the blade at a right angle turned downward toward the point, its ends terminating in rather clumsily carved cherubs' heads. Along the blade, apparently carved rather than etched, marched a procession of miscellaneous angels, demons and men at arms with a mythological monster, such as a griffin or dragon, thrown in for occasional good measure. Between these crudely carved figures I made out the letters of the motto, De Gratia, by the grace of God. "Well?" I asked wonderingly as I viewed the ancient weapon. "Well," he repeated mockingly. Then, "had you as many blessings on your head as this old bit of carved metal has received, you would be a very holy man indeed, friend Trowbridge. This sword, it was once strapped to the thigh of a saint, it matters not which one, who fought the battles of France when France needed all the champions, saintly or otherwise, she could summon. For centuries it has reposed in a very ancient church at Rouen, not indeed as a relic, but as a souvenir scarcely less venerated. When I told the cure I proposed borrowing it for a day or more, I thought he would die of the apoplexy forthwith, but he gave his diminutive moustache a complacent tweak. Such was my power of persuasion that you see before you the very sword. But what under heaven will you do with the thing, now you've got it? I demanded. Much, perhaps, he responded, picking up the weapon, which must have weighed at least 20 pounds, and balancing it in both hands as a wood chopper holds his axe before attacking a log. Nom de Bouc! He glanced suddenly at his wrist watch, and replaced the sword on his bed. I do forget myself. Run, my friend, fly! Fly like the swallow to Mademoiselle Adrienne's room, and caution her to remain within, at all hazards. Bid her close her windows too, for we know not what may be abroad, or what can climb a wall this night. See, that stubborn, pig-foolish maid of hers has instruction to lock her mistress's door on the inside, and should Mademoiselle rise in the night and desire to leave, on no account permit her to pass. You understand? No, I'll be hanged if I do, I replied. What? Non, non, he almost shrieked. Waste not time nor words, my friend. I desire that you should do as I say. Hurry, I implore you. It is of the importance, I do assure you. I did as he requested, having less difficulty than I had expected concerning the windows, since Adrian was already sunk in a heavy sleep, and Roxane possessed the French peasant's inborn hatred of fresh air. Good, very, very good, de Grandin commented when I rejoined him. Now we shall wait until the second quarter of the night. Then, perhaps I show you something to think about in the after years, friend Trowbridge. He paced the floor like a caged animal for a quarter hour, smoking one cigarette after another. Then, let us go, he ordered curtly, picking up the giant sword and shouldering it as a soldier does his rifle. Allez, feu! We tramped down the corridor toward the stairway, when he turned quickly, almost transfixing me with the sword blade, which projected 2 feet and more beyond his shoulder. One more inspection, friend Trowbridge, he urged. Let us see how it goes with Mademoiselle Adrienne. Eh bien, do we not carry her colours into battle this night? Never mind that monkey business, we heard a throaty feminine voice command as we approached Adrienne's room. I've stood about all I intend to from you. Tomorrow you pack your clothes, if you've any to pack, and get out of this house. Eh, what is this? de Grandin demanded as we reached the chamber door and beheld Roxane weeping bitterly, while Mrs. Bixby towered over her like a cochin hen bullying a half-starved sparrow. I'll tell you what it is, replied the irate mistress of the house. I came to say good night to my daughter a few minutes ago, and this hussy, refused to open the door for me. I soon settled her, I can tell you. I told her to open that door and get out. When I went into the room, I found every window locked tight, in this weather, too. Now I catch her hanging around the door after I ordered her to her room. Insubordination, rank insubordination it is. She leaves this house bright and early tomorrow morning, I can tell you. Oh, Monsieur Trowbridge, Monsieur Grandin, sobbed the trembling girl, I did but attempt to obey your orders, and she drove me from my duty. Oh, I am so sorry. De Grandin's small teeth shut with a snap like a miniature steel trap. And you forced this girl to unbar the door? He asked, almost incredulously, gazing sternly at Mrs. Bixby. I certainly did, she bridled, and I'd like to know what business it is of yours, if— He brushed by her, leaping into the bedroom with a bound which carried him nearly 2 yards beyond the door-sill. We looked past him toward the bed. It was empty. Adrian Bixby was gone. Why, where can she be? Mrs. Bixby asked, her domineering manner temporarily stripped from her by surprise. I'll tell you where she is, De Grandin, white to the lips, shouted at her. "She is where you have sent her, you meddling old ignoramus! Oh mon Dieu! If you were a man, how I should enjoy cutting your heart out!" "See here," she began, her bewilderment sunk in anger, but he cut her short with a roar. "Silence, you! To your room, foolish, criminally foolish one, and pray le bon Dieu on your bare knees that the pig ignorance of her mother shall not have cost your daughter her life this night. Come, Trowbridge, my friend, come away. The breath of this woman is a contamination, and we must hurry if we are to undo her fool's work. Pray God we are not too late." We rushed downstairs, traversed the corridors leading to the older wing of the house, wound our way down and down beneath the level of the ancient moat till we stood before the entrance of the chapel. "Ah!" de Grandin breathed softly, lowering his sword point a moment as he dashed the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "No sound, friend Trowbridge. Whatever happens, whatever you may see, do not cry out. 'Tis death to one we seek to save if you waken her." Raising his hand, he signed himself quickly with the cross, muttering an indistinct ignominy, while I gaped in amazement to see the cynical, scoffing little man of science shedding his agnosticism and reverting to a simple act of his childhood's faith. Lifting the sword in both hands, he gave the chapel door a push with his foot, whispering to me, "Hold high the lantern, friend Trowbridge. We need light for our work." The rays from my lamp streamed across the dark, vaulted chapel, and I nearly let the lantern crash to the floor at what I beheld. Standing before the ancient, tumble-down altar, her nude, white body gleaming in the semi-dark like a lovely, slender statue of sun-stained marble, was Adrian Bixby. Her long rippling hair, which had always reminded me of molten gold in the assayer's crucible, streamed over her shoulders to her waist. One arm was raised in a gesture of absolute abandon, while her other hand caressed some object which swayed and undulated before her, parted in a smile such as Circe, the enchantress, might have worn when she lured men to their ruin. Her red lips were drawn back from her gleaming teeth, while she crooned a slow, sensuous melody the like of which I had never heard, nor wished to hear again. My astounded eyes took this in at first glance, but it was my second look which sent the blood coursing through my arteries like river water in zero weather. About her slender, virginal torso, ascending in a spiral from hips to shoulders, was the spotted body of a gigantic snake. The monster's horrid, wedge-shaped head swung and swayed a scant half-inch before her face, and its darting, lambent tongue licked lightly at her parted lips. But it was no ordinary serpent which held her, a laughing prisoner in its coils. Its body shone with alternate spots of green and gold, almost as if the colours were laid on in luminous paint. Its flickering tongue was red and glowing as a flame of fire, and in its head were eyes as large and blue as those of humankind, but set and terrible in their expression as only the eyes of a snake can be. Scarcely audible, so low his whisper was, de Grandin hissed a challenge as he hurled himself into the chapel with one of his lithe, cat-like leaps. "Snake thou art, Raymond de Broussac, and snake thou shalt become. Gardez-vous!" With a slow, sliding motion, the great serpent turned its head, gradually released its folds from the leering girl's body, and slipped to the floor, coiled its length quickly, like a giant spring, and launched itself like a flash of green and gold lightning at de Grandin. But quick as the monster's attack was, de Grandin was quicker. Like the shadow of a flying hawk, the little Frenchman slipped aside, and the reptile's darting head crashed against the chapel's granite wall with an impact like a wave slapping a ship's bow. "One," counted de Grandin in a mocking whisper, and swung his heavy sword, snipping a 2-foot length from the serpent's tail as neatly as a seamstress snips a thread with her scissors. En garde, fils du diable. Writhing, twisting, turning like a spring from which the tension has been loosed, the serpent gathered itself for another onslaught, its malign, human-seeming eyes glaring implacable hatred at de Grandin. Not this time did the giant reptile launch a battering ram blow at its adversary. Instead, it reared itself 6 feet and more in the air, and drove its wicked, scale-armored head downward with a succession of quick shifting jabs, seeking to take de Grandin off his guard and enfold him in its crushing coils. But like a veritable chevaux de frise of points, de Grandin's sword was right, left, and in between. Each time the monster's head drove at the little man, the blade engraved with the ancient battle cry stood in its path, menacing the hateful blue eyes and flashing, backward curving fangs with its sharp, tapering end. "Aha!" de Grandin mocked. "To fight a man is a greater task than to bewitch a woman, n'est-ce pas, Monsieur le Serpent? Ha! You have it!" Like a wheel of living flame the saintly sword circled through the air. There was a sharp, slapping impact, and the steel sheared clean and clear through the reptile's body 6 inches behind the head. "Sa-ha! Sa-ha!" De Grandin's face was set in a look of incomparable fury. His small mouth was squared beneath his bristling moustache, like that of a snarling wildcat, and the sword blade rose and fell in a quick succession of strokes, separating the writhing body of the serpent into 12, 20, half a hundred sections. "Sh! No noise," he cautioned, as I opened my lips to speak. "First clothe the poor child's nakedness. Her gown lies yonder on the floor." I looked behind me and saw Adrian's silk night-robe lying in a crumpled ring against the altar's lowest step. Turning toward the girl, revulsion and curiosity fighting for mastery of my emotions, I saw she still retained the same fixed, carnal smile. Her right hand still moved mechanically in the air as though caressing the head of the loathsome thing yet quivering in delayed death at her white feet. "Why, de Grandin," I exclaimed in wonder, "why, she's asleep." "Sh! No sound," he cautioned again, laying his finger on his lips. "Slip the robe over her head, my friend, and pick her up gently. She will not know." I draped the silken garment about the unconscious girl, noticing as I did so that a long spiral bruise was already taking form on her tender flesh. "Careful, friend Trowbridge," de Grandin commanded, picking up the lantern and sword and leading the way from the chapel. "Carry her tenderly, the poor, sinned against one. Do not waken her, I beseech you. Pardieu, if that scolding mother of hers does but open her shrewish lips within this poor lamb's hearing this night, I shall serve her as I did the serpent. Mordieu, may Satan burn me if I do not so. Trowbridge, Trowbridge, my friend, come and see." De Grandin's voice sounded in my ear. I sat up, sleepily staring about me. Daylight had just begun. The grey of early morning still mingled with the first faint rose of the new day, and outside my window the blackbirds were singing. "Eh, what's up?" I demanded, swinging my feet to the floor. "Plenty, a very plenty, I do assure you," he answered, tugging delightedly first at one end of his moustache, then the other. "Arise, my friend, arise and pack your bags. We must go, immediately, at once, right away." He fairly pranced about the room while I shaved, washed, and made ready for the journey, meeting my bewildered demands for information only with renewed entreaties for haste. At last, as I accompanied him down the great stairway, my kit bags banging against my knees, "Behold," he cried, pointing dramatically to the hall below, "is it not superb?" On a couch before the great, empty fireplace of the chateau hall sat Adrian Bixby, dressed and ready for a trip. her slender white hand securely held in a pair of bronzed ones, her fluffy golden head pillowed on a broad homespun-clad shoulder. Monsieur Trowbridge, de Grandin almost purred in his elation. "Permit that I present to you Monsieur Ray Kiefer, of Oklahoma, who is to make happy our so dear Mademoiselle Adrienne at once, right away, immediately. Come, mes enfants, we must away." He beamed on the pair of lovers. "The American consul at Rouen, he will unite you in the bonds of matrimony, then away for that joyous wedding trip, and may your happiness never be less than it is this day. I have left a note of explanation for Monsieur, your father, mademoiselle. Let us hope he gives you his blessing. However, be that as it may, you have already the blessing of happiness." A large motor was waiting outside, Roxane seated beside the chauffeur, mounting guard over Adrienne's baggage. "I did meet Monsieur Kiefer as he entered the park this morning," de Grandin confided to me as the car gathered speed, "and I did compel him to wait while I rushed within and roused his sweetheart and Roxane from their sleep." "Aha! What was it Madame the Scolding One did say to Roxane last night? That she should pack her clothes and leave the house bright and early this morning? Eh bien, she is gone, n'est-ce pas?" Shepherded by de Grandin and me, the lovers entered the consulate, emerging a few minutes later with a certificate bearing the great seal of the United States of America, and the information that they were man and wife. De Grandin hunted feverishly in the gutters, finally discovering a tattered old boot, and shied it after them. With the giggling Roxane, they set out for Switzerland, Oklahoma, and happiness. "Name of the little green man," he swore furtively, flicking a drop of moisture from his eye. "I am so happy to see her safe in the care of the good young man who loves her, that I could almost bring myself to kiss that so atrocious Madame Bixby." "Now, de Grandin," I threatened, as we seated ourselves in a compartment of the Paris express, "tell me more about it, or I shall choke the truth out of you." "La la!" he exclaimed in mock terror. "He is a ferocious one, this American. Very well, then, cher ami, from the beginning. You will recall how I told you houses gather evil reputations, even as people do? They do more than that, my friend. They acquire character. Broussac is an old place. In it generations of men have been born and have lived and met their deaths, and the record of their personalities, all they have dreamed and thought and loved and hated, is written fair upon the walls of the house for him who cares to read. These thoughts I had when first I went to Broussac to trace down the reason for these deaths which drove tenant after tenant from the chateau. But fortunately for me, there was a more tangible record than the atmosphere of the house to read. There was the great library of the Broussac family, with the records of those of it who were good, those who were not so good, and those who were not good at all, written down. Among those records I did find this story. In the years before your America was discovered, there dwelled at Broussac one Signor Raymond, a man beside whom the wickedest of the Roman emperors was a mild-mannered gentleman. What he desired he took, this one, and as most of his desires leaned toward his neighbors' women-folk, he was busy at robbery, murder, and rapine most of the time. Eh bien, he was a mighty man, this Signor Raymond, but the Bishop of Rouen and the Pope at Rome were mightier. At last the wicked gentleman came face to face with the reckoning of his sins, for where the civil authorities were fearful to act, the Church stepped in and brought him to his trial. Listen to this which I found among the chronicles at the chateau, my friend. Listen and marvel. He drew a sheaf of papers from his portmanteau and began reading slowly, translating as he went along. Now when the day for the wicked Sieur Raymond's execution was come, a great procession issued from the church, where the company of faithful people were gone to give thanks that the earth was to be rid of a monster. Francois and Henri, the de Broussac wicked accomplices in crime, had become reconciled to Mother Church, and so were accorded the mercy of strangling before burning. But the Sieur Raymond would have none of repentance, but walked to his place of execution with a smile of a devil on his false, well-favoured face. And as he marched between the men at arms toward the stake set up for his burning, behold, the Lady Abbess of the convent of Our Lady of Mercy, together with the gentlewomen who were her nuns, came forth to weep and pray for the souls of the condemned, even the soul of the unrepentant sinner, Raymond de Broussac. And when the Sieur Raymond was come over against the place where the abbess stood with all her company, he halted between his guards and taunted her, saying, "What now, old hen? Dost thou seek the chicks of thy brood who are missing?" For it was a fact that 3 novices of the convent of Our Lady had been ravished away from their vows by this vile man, and great was the scandal thereof everywhere. Then did the Lady Abbess pronounce these words to that wicked man: "Snake thou art, Raymond de Broussac, snake thou shalt become, and snake thou must remain, until some good man and true shall cleave thy foul body into as many pieces as the year hath weeks. And I, who beheld and heard all, do declare upon the rod that when the flames were kindled about that wicked man and his sinful body had been burned to ashes, a small snake of the colours of green and gold was seen by all to emerge from the fire, and, maugre the efforts of the men at arms to slay it, did escape to the forest of the chateau of Broussac." "Eh? What think you of that, friend Trowbridge?" he asked as he laid the papers beside him on the car-seat. "Rather an interesting medieval legend," I answered, "but hardly convincing today." "Truly," he conceded, "but as your English proverb has it, where there is much smoke there is apt to be a little flame. Other things I found in the records, my friend. For instance, the ashes of this Raymond de Broussac could not be buried in the chateau chapel among his ancestors and descendants, for the chapel is consecrated ground, and he died excommunicate. They buried him in what was then a pine forest hard by the house where he had lived his evil life, and on the stone which they set over him did they declare that there he lay forever. But 1 year from the day of his execution, as the de Broussac chaplain was reciting in his office in the chapel, he did see a green and gold snake, something thicker than a monk's girdle, but not so long as a man's forearm, enter that chapel, and the snake attacked the holy man so fiercely that he was much put to it to defend himself. Another year went by, and a servant bearing oil to refill the sanctuary lamp in the chapel did behold a similar snake, but now grown to the length of a man's arm, coiled above one of the tombs, and the snake also attacked that servant, and nearly slew him. From year to year the records go on. Often about Broussac was seen a snake, but each succeeding time it appeared larger than before. 2. There were strange stories current, stories of women of the locality who wandered off into the woods of Broussac, who displayed strange bruises upon their bodies, and who died eventually in a manner unexplained by any natural cause. One and all, mon ami, they were crushed to death. One was a member of the de Broussac family, a distant kinswoman of Sieur Raymond himself, who had determined to take the veil. As she knelt at prayer in the chapel one day, a great sleep fell upon her, and after that, for many days, she seemed distraught. Her interest in everything, even her religious vocation, seemed to wane to nothing. But it was thought that she was very saintly, for those who watched her did observe that she went often to the chapel by night. One morning she was found like the others, crushed to death, and on her face was the look not of the agony of dying, but the evil smile of an abandoned woman. Even in death she wore it. These things I had already read when that gamekeeper brought us news of the great snake he had seen in the garden, and what I had noted down as idle legend appeared possible to me as sober fact, if we could prove it. You recall how we spread flour on the chapel floor. You also recall the tracks we read in that flour next day. I remembered, too, how that poor Madame Biddle, who went mad in the Chateau Broussac, did so when she wandered one day by chance into the chapel, and I remembered how she does continually cry out of a great snake which seems to kiss her. The doctor who first attended her, too, when her reason departed, told me of the bruise, not to be explained, a spiral bruise about the poor lady's arm. Pardieu, I think I will test these legends some more, and I search and search until I find this wicked Sieur Ramon's grave. It was even as the chronicle wrote, for, to prove it, I made you go with me and read the inscription on the tombstone. Morbleu! Against my reason I am convinced, so I make what you called my combs, and place them so that their sharp nails would scratch the belly of any snake, if he really were a snake, who tried to crawl over them. Voila! Next day, Mademoiselle Adrienne, she was better. Then I knew for a certainty that she was under the influence of this Sieur Ramon snake, even as that poor intending nun lady who met so tragic a death in the days of long ago. Something else I learned, too. This demon snake, this relic of the accursed Raymond de Broussac, was like a natural snake. Material iron nails would keep him from the house his wickedness had so long under a spell. If this was so, then a natural weapon could kill his body if one man was but brave enough to fight him. Cordieu, I am that man, says Jules de Grandin to Jules de Grandin. But in the meantime, what do I see? Hélas! That wicked one now has so great an influence over poor Mademoiselle Adrienne that he can compel her, by his wicked will, to rise from her bed at night and go barefoot to the garden to tear away the barrier I have erected for her protection. Nom d'un coq! I am angered. I am furious. I decide this snake devil have already lived too long. I shall do even as the lady abbess prescribed, and slash its so loathly body as to many parts as the year has weeks. Morbleu! I go to Rouen and obtain that holy sword. I come back, thinking I shall catch that snake waiting alone in the chapel for his assignation, since I shall bar Mademoiselle's way to him. And then her so stupid mother must needs upset all my plans, and I have to fight that snake in almost silence. I cannot shout and curse at him as I would, for if I raise my voice I may waken that poor, unconscious child, and then perhaps she goes mad, even as did Madame Biddle. Eh bien, perhaps it is for the best. Had I said all the foul curses I had in mind as I slew that blue-eyed snake, all the priests, clergymen, and rabbis in the world could scarce have shriven my soul from their weight. Voilà tout! We are in Paris once more, my friend. Come, let us have a drink. The Isle of the Missing Ships, Part 1. The Mevrouw, Sumatra-bound out of Amsterdam, had dropped the low Holland coast an hour behind, when I recognized a familiar figure among the miscellany of Dutch colonials. The little man with the erect, military carriage, trimly waxed moustache, and direct, challenging blue eyes was as conspicuous amid the throng of over-fleshed planters, traders, and petty administrators as a fleur-de-lis growing in the midst of a cabbage-patch. "For the Lord's sake, de Grandin, what are you doing here?" I demanded, seizing him by the hand. "I thought you'd gone back to your microscopes and test tubes when you cleared up the Broussac mystery." He grinned at me like a blond brother of Mephistopheles as he linked his arm in mine and caught step with me. "Eh bien," he agreed with a nod. "So did I. But those inconsiderate Messieurs Lloyd would not have it so. They must needs send me an urgent message to investigate a suspicion they have at the other end of the earth. I did not desire to go. The summer is come, and the blackbirds are singing in the trees at St. Cloud. Also, I have much work to do. But they tell me, you shall name your own price, and no question shall be asked. And Hellas, the franc is very low on the exchange these days. I tell them, £10 sterling for each day of my travels and all expenses. They agree. Voila! I am here." I looked at him in amazement. "Lloyd's? £10 sterling a day?" I echoed. "What in the world?" "La la!" he exclaimed. "It is a long story, friend Trowbridge, and most like a foolish one in the bargain. But at any rate, the English money is sound. Listen." He sank his voice to a confidential whisper. "You know these Messieurs Lloyd, hein? They will insure against anything from the result of one of your American political selections to the loss of a ship in the sea. That last business of theirs is also my business for the time. Of late the English insurers have had many claims to pay, claims on ships which should have been good risks. There was the Dutch Indiaman Van Dam, a sound little iron ship of 12,000 tons displacement. She sail out of Rotterdam for Sumatra, and start home heavy laden with spices and silks, also with the king's ransom in pearls safely locked in her strong-box. Where is she now?" He spread his hands and shrugged expressively. "No one knows. She was never heard of more, and the Lloyds had to make good her value to her owners. There was the French steamer L'Orient, also dissolved into air, and the British merchantman Nightingale, and 6 other sound ships gone, all gone, with none to say whither, and the estimable Messieurs Lloyd to pay insurance. All within one single year. Parbleu, it is too much. The English company pays its losses like a true sportsman, but it also begins to sniff the aroma of the dead fish. They would have me, Jules de Grandin, investigate this business of the monkey and tell them where the missing ships are gone. It may be for a year that I search, it may be for only a month, or perhaps I spend the time till my hair is bald as yours, friend Trowbridge, before I can report. No matter, I receive my £10 each day and all incidental expenses. Say now, are not those Messieurs Lloyd gambling more recklessly this time than ever before in their long career?" "I think they are," I agreed. "But," he replied, with one of his elfish grins, "remember, Trowbridge, my friend, those Messieurs Lloyd were never known to lose money permanently on any transaction. Morbleu! Jules de Grandin, as the Americans say, you entertain the hatred for yourself." The Mevrouw churned and wallowed her broad-beamed way through the cool European ocean, into the summer seas, finally out upon the tropical waters of Polynesia. For 5 nights the small blue heavens were ablaze with stars. On the 6th evening the air thickened at sunset. By 10 o'clock the ship might have been draped in a pall of black velvet, as a teapot is swathed in a cosy, so impenetrable was the darkness. Objects a dozen feet from the portal lights were all but indistinguishable. At 20 feet they were invisible, and, save for the occasional phosphorescent glow of some tumbling sea denizen, the ocean itself was only an undefined part of the surrounding blackness. "Eh, but I do not like this," de Grandin muttered as he lighted a rank Sumatra cigar from the ship's steward's store and puffed vigorously to set the fire going. "This darkness, it is a time for evil doings, friend Trowbridge." He turned to a ship's officer who strode past us toward the bridge. "Is it that we shall have a storm, monsieur?" he asked. "Does the darkness portend a typhoon?" "No," returned the Dutchman. "It is volcanic dust. Some of those volcano mountains are in eruption again and scatter steam and ash over 100 miles. Tomorrow, perhaps, or the next day, we are out of it into the sunshine again." "Ah," de Grandin bowed, acknowledgment of the information. "And does this volcanic darkness frequently come at this latitude and longitude, monsieur?" "Ja," the other answered. "These waters are almost always covered. The chimneys of hell poke up through the ocean hereabouts, Meir." "Courien," de Grandin swore softly to himself. "I think he has spoken the truth, friend Trowbridge. Now, if— Grand Dieu, see! What is that?" Some distance off our port bow a brand of yellow fire burned a parabola against the black sky, burst into a shower of sparks high above the horizon, and flung the constellation of colored fireballs into the air. A second flame followed the first, and a third winged upward in the wake of the second. "Rockets," de Grandin announced. "A ship is in distress over there, it would seem." Bells clanged and jangled as the engine-room telegraph sent orders from the bridge. There was a clanking of machinery as the screws churned in opposite directions and the steering mechanism brought the ship's head about toward the distress signals. "I think we had best be prepared, my friend," de Grandin whispered as he reached upward to the rack above us and detached two kapok swimming jackets from their straps. "Come, slip this over your shoulders and see if you have anything in your cabin you would care to save. Get it at once," he advised. "You're crazy, man," I protested, pushing the life-preserver away. "We aren't in any danger. Those lights were at least 5 miles away, and even if that other ship is fast on a reef our skipper would hear the breakers long before we were near enough to run aground." "Nom de nom!" the little Frenchman swore in vexation. "Friend Trowbridge, you are one great zany. Have you no eyes in that so empty head of yours? Did you not observe how those rockets went up?" "How they went up?" I repeated. "Of course they did. They were fired from the deck, perhaps the bridge of some ship about 5 miles away." "So?" he replied in a sarcastic whisper. 5 miles, you say? And you, a physician, do not know that the human eye sees only about 5 miles over a plane surface. How then, if the distressed ship is 5 miles distant, could those flares have appeared to rise from a greater height than our own deck? Had they really been fired from sea level, even from a masthead at that distance, they should have appeared to rise across the horizon. As it was, they first became visible at a considerable height. "Nonsense," I rejoined. "Whoever would be setting off rockets in mid-air in this part of the world?" "Who indeed?" he answered, gently forcing the swimming coat on me. "That question, mon ami, is precisely what those Messieurs Lloyd are paying me £10 a day to answer. Hark!" Distinctly, directly in our path, sounded the muttering roar of waves breaking against rocks. Clang! The ship's telegraph shrieked the order to reverse, to put about, to the engine-room from the bridge. Wheels and chains rattled, voices shouted hoarse orders through the dark, and the ship shivered from stem to stern as the engines struggled hysterically to break our course toward destruction. Too late. Like a toy boat caught in a sudden wind squall, we lunged forward, gathering speed with each foot we travelled. There was a rending crash like all the crockery in the world being smashed at once. De Grandin and I fell headlong to the deck and shot along the smooth boards like a couple of ball-players sliding for second base, and the stout little Mevrove listed suddenly to port, sending us banging against the deck-rail. "Quick! Quick, my friend!" de Grandin shouted. "Over the side and swim for it! I may be wrong, Prédu, I am, but I fear there will be devil's work here anon. Come!" He lifted himself to his feet, balanced on the rail a moment, then slipped into the purple water that swirled past the doomed ship's side a scant 7 feet below us. I followed, striking out easily toward the quiet water ahead, the kapok jacket keeping me afloat and the rushing water carrying me forward rapidly. "By George, old fellow, you've been right this far," I congratulated my companion, but he shut me off with a sharp hiss. "Still, you fool," he admonished savagely. "Keep your silly tongue quiet and kick with your feet. Kick, kick, I tell you. Make as great a commotion in the water as possible. Nom de Dieu, we are lost." Faintly luminous with the phosphorescence of tropical sea-water, something seeming as large as a submarine boat shot upward from the depths below, headed as straight for my flailing legs as a sharpshooter's bullet for its target. De Grandin grasped my shoulder and heaved me over in a clumsy back somersault, and at the same time thrust himself as deeply into the water as his swimming coat would permit. For a moment his fiery silhouette mingled with that of the great fish, and he seemed striving to embrace the monster. Then the larger form sank slowly away, while the little Frenchman rose puffing to the surface. "Mordieu!" he commented, blowing the water from his mouth. "That was a near escape, my friend. One little second more he would have had your leg in his belly. Lucky for us I knew the pearl diver's trick of slitting those fellows' gills with a knife, and luckier still I thought to bring along a knife to slit him with." "What was it?" I asked, still bewildered by the performance I had just witnessed. "It looked big enough to be a whale." He shook his head to clear the water from his eyes as he replied, "It was our friend, Monsieur le Requin, the shark. He is always hungry, that one, and such morsels as you would be a choice tidbit for his table, my friend." "A shark?" I answered incredulously. "But it couldn't have been a shark, de Grandin. They have to turn on their backs to bite, and that thing came straight at me." "Ah, bah!" he shot back disgustedly. "What old wives' tale is that you quote? Le Requin is no more compelled to take his food upside down than you are. I tell you, he would have swallowed your leg up to the elbow if I had not cut his sinful gizzard in two. Good Lord!" I began splashing furiously. "Then we are apt to be devoured any moment." "Possibly," he returned calmly, "but not probably. If land is not too far away, that fellow's brethren will be too busy eating him to pay attention to such small fry as us. Grace à Dieu, I think I feel the good land beneath our feet even now." It was true. We were standing armpit deep on a sloping, sandy beach, with the long, gentle swell of the ocean kindly pushing us toward the shore. A dozen steps and we were safely beyond the tide line, lying face down upon the warm sands and gulping down great mouthfuls of the heavy, sea-scented air. What de Grandin did there in the dark I do not know, but for my part I offered up such unspoken prayers of devout thanksgiving as I had never breathed before. My devotions were cut short by a sputtering mixture of French profanity. "What's up?" I demanded, then fell silent as de Grandin's hand enclosed my wrist like a tightened tourniquet. "Hark, my friend," he commanded. "Look across the water to the ship we left, and say whether or no I was wise when I brought us away." Out across the quiet lagoon, inside the reef, the form of the stranded Mevrouw loomed half a shade darker than the night, her lights still burning, casting a fitful glow upon the crashing water at the reef and the quieter water beyond. 2, 3, 4, half a dozen shades gathered alongside her. Dark figures, like ants swarming over the carcass of a dead rat, appeared against her lights a moment, and the stabbing flame of a pistol was followed a moment later by the reports of the shots wafted to us across the lagoon. Shouts, cries of terror, screams of women in abject fright followed one another in quick succession for a time, then silence, more ominous than any noise, settled over the water. Half an hour, perhaps, de Grandin and I stood tense-muscled on the beach, staring toward the ship, waiting expectantly for some sign of renewed life. One by one her porthole lights blinked out. At last she lay in utter darkness. "It is best we seek shelter in the bush, my friend," de Grandin announced matter-of-factly. "The farther out of sight we get, the better will be our health." "What in heaven's name does it all mean?" I demanded as I turned to follow him. "Mean?" he echoed impatiently. "It means we have stumbled on as fine a nest of pirates as ever cheated the yardarm. When we reached this island, friend Trowbridge, I fear we did but step from the soup kettle into the flame." "Mille tonnerres! What a fool you are, Jules de Grandin! You should have demanded £50 sterling a day from those Messieurs Lloyd. Come, friend Trowbridge, let us seek shelter. Right away, at once, immediately." The sloping beach gave way to a line of boulders 100 yards inland, and these in turn marked the beginning of a steady rise in the land, its lower portion overgrown with bushes, loftier growth supplanting the underbrush as we stumbled upward over the rocks. When we had traversed several hundred rods and knocked nearly all the skin from our legs against unexpectedly projecting stones, de Grandin called a halt in the midst of a copse of wide-leafed trees. "We may as well rest here as elsewhere," he suggested philosophically. "The pack will scarcely hunt again tonight." I was too sleepy and exhausted to ask what he meant. The last hour's events had been as full of surprises to me as a travelling carnival is for a farm-hand. It might have been half an hour later, or only 5 minutes, judging by my feelings, that I was roused by the roar of a muffled explosion, followed at short intervals by 2 more detonations. "Mordieu!" I heard de Grandin exclaim. "Up, friend Trowbridge! Rise and see." He shook me roughly by the shoulder, and half dragged me to an opening in the trees. Out across the lagoon I saw the hulk of the Mevrouw falling apart and sliding into the water like a mud bank attacked by a summer flood, and round her green waters boiled and seethed as though the entire reef had suddenly gone white-hot. Across the lagoon, wave after wave raced and tumbled, beating on the glittering sands of the beach in a furious surf. "Why?" I began, but he answered my question before I could form it. "Dynamite!" he exclaimed. "Last night or early this morning. They looted her. Now they dismantled the remains with high explosives. It would not do to let her stand there as a signpost of warning for other craft. Pardieu, they have system, these ones. Captain Kidd and Blackbeard, they were but freshmen in Crime's College, friend Trowbridge. We deal with postgraduates here. Ah!" His small, womanishly slender hand caught me by the arm. "Observe, if you please. What is that on the sands below?" Following his pointing finger with my eyes, I made out, beyond a jutting ledge of rocks, the rising spiral of a column of wood smoke. "Why," I exclaimed delightedly, "some of the people from the ship escaped, after all. They got to shore and built a fire. Come on, let's join them. Hullo, down there! Hullo! Hullo! You fool!" he cried in a suppressed shout, clapping his hand over my mouth. "Would you ruin us altogether, completely, entirely? Le bon Dieu grant your ass's bray was not heard, or if heard was disregarded." "But," I protested, "those people probably have food, de Grandin, and we haven't a single thing to eat. We ought to join them and plan our escape." He looked at me as a school-teacher might regard an unusually backward pupil. "They have food, no doubt," he admitted, "but what sort of food? Can you answer me that? Suppose, nom de manu, regardez-vous." As if in answer to my hail, a pair of the most villainous-looking Papuans I had ever beheld came walking around the rocky screen beyond which the smoke rose, looked undecidedly toward the heights where we hid, then turned back whence they had come. A moment later they reappeared, each carrying a broad-bladed spear, and began climbing over the rocks in our direction. Shall we go to meet them? I asked dubiously. Those spears looked none too reassuring to me. "Why non," de Grandin answered decidedly. "They may be friendly, but I distrust everything on this accursed island. We would better seek shelter and observe." "But they might give us something to eat," I urged. "The whole world is pretty well civilized now. It isn't as if we were back in Captain Cook's day." "Nevertheless," he returned as he wriggled under a clump of bushes, "we shall watch first and ask questions later." I crawled beside him and squatted, awaiting the savage's approach. But I had forgotten that men who live in primitive surroundings have talents unknown to their civilized brethren. While they were still far enough away to make it impossible for us to hear the words they exchanged as they walked, the two Papuans halted, looked speculatively at the copse where we hid, and raised their spears menacingly. "Ciel!" de Grandin muttered, "we are discovered." He seized the stalk of one of the sheltering plants and shook it gently. The response was instant. A spear whizzed past my ear, missing my head by an uncomfortably small fraction of an inch, and the savages began clambering rapidly toward us, one with his spear poised for a throw, the other drawing a murderous knife from the girdle which constituted his sole article of clothing. "Parbleu!" de Grandin whispered fiercely. "Play dead, my friend. Fall out from the bush and lie as though his spear had killed you." He gave me a sudden push which sent me reeling into the open. I fell flat to the ground, acting the part of a dead man as realistically as possible, and hoping desperately that the savages would not decide to throw a second spear to make sure of their kill. Though my eyes were closed, I could feel them standing over me, and a queer, cold feeling tingled between my shoulder blades, where I momentarily expected a knife thrust. Half opening one eye, I saw the brown, naked skins of one of the Papuans beside my head, and was wondering whether I could seize him by the ankles and drag him down before he could stab me, when the legs beside my face suddenly swayed drunkenly, like tree trunks in a storm, and a heavy weight fell crashing upon my back. Startled out of my sham death by the blow, I raised myself in time to see de Grandin in a death grapple with one of the savages. The other one lay across me, the spear he had flung at us a few minutes before protruding from his back directly beneath his left shoulder blade. "A moi, friend Trowbridge," the little Frenchman called. "Quick, or we are lost." I tumbled the dead Papuan unceremoniously to the ground and grappled with de Grandin's antagonist just as he was about to strike his dirk into my companion's side. "Bien, très bien," the Frenchman panted as he thrust his knife forward, sinking the blade hilt deep into the savage's left armpit. "Very good indeed, friend Trowbridge. I have not hurled the javelin since I was a boy at school, and I strongly misdoubted my ability to kill that one with a single throw from my ambush. But happily my hand has not lost its cunning. Voila! We have a perfect score to our credit. Come, let us bury them." "But was it necessary to kill the poor fellows?" I asked as I helped him scrape a grave with one of his victim's knives. "Mightn't we have made them understand we meant them no harm?" "Friend Trowbridge," he answered between puffs of exertion as he dragged one of the naked bodies into the shallow trench we had dug, "never, I fear me, will you learn the sense of the goose. With fellows such as these, even as with the shark last night, we take necessary steps for our own protection first. This interment which we make now, think you it is for tenderness of these canaille? Anon! We bury them that their friends find them not if they come searching, and that the buzzards come not flapping this way to warn the others of what we have done. Good, they are buried. Take up that one spear and come with me. I would investigate that fire which they have made." We approached the heights overlooking the fire cautiously, taking care to remain unseen by any possible scout sent out by the main party of natives. It was more than an hour before we maneuvered to a safe observation post. As we crawled over the last ridge of rock obstructing our view, I went deathly sick at my stomach and would have fallen down the steep hill had not de Grandin thrown his arm about me. Squatting around a blazing bonfire in a circle, like wolves about the stag they have run to earth, were perhaps 24 naked savages, and bound upright to a stake fixed in the sand was a white man, lolling forward against the restraining cords with a horrible limpness. Before him stood 2 burly Papuans, that wore clubs in their hands, red as blood at the tips, telling the devil's work they had just completed. It was blood on the clubs. The brown fiends had beaten their helpless captive's head in, and even now one of them was cutting the cords that held his body to the stake. But beyond the dead man was a second stake, and as I looked at this, every drop of blood in my body seemed to turn to liquid fire, for lashed to it, mercifully unconscious, but still alive, was a white woman whom I recognized as the wife of a Dutch planter going out from Holland to join her husband in Sumatra. "Good God, man!" I cried. "That's a woman, a white woman. We can't let those devils kill her." "Softly, my friend," de Grandin cautioned, pressing me back, for I would have risen and charged pell-mell down the hill. "We are 2, they are more than a score. What would it avail us, or that poor woman, were we to rush down and be killed?" I turned on him in amazed fury. "You call yourself a Frenchman," I taunted, "yet you haven't chivalry enough to attempt a rescue. A fine Frenchman you are." "Chivalry is well, in its place," he admitted, "but no Frenchman is so foolish as to spend his life where there's nothing to be bought with it. Would it help her if we too were destroyed, or, which is worse, captured and eaten also? You know it would not, my friend. Do we, as physicians, seek to throw away our lives when we find a patient hopelessly sick with phthisis? But no, we live that we may fight the disease in others, that we may destroy the germs of the malady. So let it be in this case. Save that poor one we cannot, but take vengeance on her slayers we can and will. I, Jules de Grandin, swear it. Ha! She has it." Even as he spoke, one of the cannibal butchers struck the unconscious woman over the head with his club. A stain of red appeared against the pale yellow of her hair, and the poor creature shuddered convulsively, then hung passive and flaccid against her bonds once more. "Par le sang du diable," de Grandin gritted between his teeth. "If it so be that the good God lets me live, I swear to make those solace bouchers die 100 deaths apiece for every hair in that so pitiful woman's head." He turned away from the horrid sight below us and began to ascend the hill. "Come away, friend Trowbridge," he urged. "It is not good that we should look upon a woman's body serve as meat. Pardieu, almost I wish I had followed your so crazy advice and attempted a rescue. We should have killed some of them so. No matter, as it is, we shall kill all of them, or may those Messieurs Lloyd pay me not 1 penny. Feeling secure against discovery by the savages, as they were too engrossed in their orgy to look for other victims, we made our way to the peak which towered like a truncated cone at the center of the island. From our station at the summit we could see the ocean in all directions and get an accurate idea of our surroundings. Apparently, the islet was the merest point of land on the face of the sea, probably only the apex of a submarine volcano. It was roughly oval in shape, extending for a possible 5 miles in length by 2¼ miles at its greatest width, and rising out of the ocean with a mountainous steepness, the widest part of the beach at the water line being not more than 300 or 400 feet. On every side, and often in series of 3 or 4, extended reefs and points of rock, no doubt the lesser peaks of the mountain whose submerged top constituted the island, so that no craft larger than a whaleboat could hope to come within half a mile of the land without having its bottom torn out by the hidden or semi-submerged crags. "Nom d'un petit bonhomme," de Grandin commented. "This is an ideal place for its purpose, c'est certain. Ah, see!" He drew me to a ridge of rock which ran like a rampart across the well-defined path by which we had ascended. Fastened to the stone by bolts were 3 sheet iron troughs, each pointing skyward at an angle of some 50 degrees, and each much blackened by smoke stains. "Do you see?" he asked. "These are for firing rockets. Observe the powder burns on them. And here—" His voice rose to an excited pitch, and he fairly danced in eagerness. "See what is before us." Up the path, almost at the summit of the peak, and about 25 feet apart, stood 2 poles, each some 12 feet in height and fitted with a pulley and lanyard. As we neared them we saw that a lantern with a green globe rested at the base of the right-hand stake, while a red-globed lamp was secured to the rope of the left post. "Ah, clever, clever," de Grandin muttered, staring from one pole to the other. "Observe, my friend. At night the lamps can be lit and hoisted to the tops of these masts, then gently raised and lowered. Viewed at a distance against the black background of this mountain they will simulate a ship's lights to the life. The unfortunate mariner making for them will find his ship fast on these rocks while the lights are still a mile or more away, and too well we know what happens then. Let us see what more there is, eh?" Rounding the peak we found ourselves looking down upon the thatched beehive roofs of a native village, before which a dozen long Papuan canoes were beached on the narrow strip of sand. "Ah!" de Grandin inspected the cluster of huts. "It is there the butchers dwell, eh? That will be a good spot for us to avoid, my friend. Now, to find the residence of what you Americans call the mastermind. Do you see aught resembling a European dwelling, friend Trowbridge?" I searched the greenery below us, but nowhere could I descry a roof. "No," I answered after a second inspection. "There is nothing like a white man's house down there. But how do you know there's a white man here, anyway?" "Ho, ho!" he laughed. "How does the rat know the house contains a cat when he hears it mew? Think you those sacre eaters of men would know enough to set up such devil's machinery as this, or that they would take care to dynamite the wreck of a ship after looting it? No, no, my friend, this is white man's work, and very bad work it is, too. Let us explore." Treading warily, we descended the smooth path leading to the rocket troughs, looking sharply from left to right in search of anything resembling a white man's house. Several hundred feet down the mountain the path forked abruptly, one branch leading toward the Papuan village, the other running to a narrow strip of beach bordering an inlet between 2 precipitous rock walls. I stared and stared again, hardly able to believe my eyes. For drawn up on the sand and made fast by a rope to a ring bolt in the rock was a trim little motor-boat, flat-bottomed for navigating the rock-strewn waters in safety, broad-beamed for mastering the heavy ocean swells, and fitted with a comfortable, roofed-over cabin. Forward, on the little deck above her sharp clipper bow, was an efficient-looking Lewis gun mounted on a swivel, and a similar piece of ordnance poked its aggressive nose out of the engine cockpit at the stern. "Par la barbe un bouc vert," de Grandin swore delightedly. "But this is marvellous! This is magnificent! This is superb! Come, friend Trowbridge, let us take advantage of this miracle. Let us leave this hell-hole of an island right away, immediately, at once. Par—" The explanation died half-uttered, and he stared past me with the expression of a superstitious man suddenly face to face with a sheeted spectre. "Surely, gentlemen," said a suave voice behind me, "you are not going to leave without permitting me to offer you some slight hospitality? That would be ungenerous." I turned as though stung by a wasp and looked into the smiling eyes of a dark-skinned young man, perhaps 30 years of age. From the top of his spotless topi to the tips of his highly polished tan riding boots, he was a perfect model of the well-dressed European in the tropics. Not a stain of dust or travel showed on his spruce white drill jacket or modishly cut riding breeches, and as he waved his silver-mounted riding crop in greeting, I saw his slender hands were carefully manicured, the nails cut rather long and stained a vivid pink before being polished to a brightness of mother-of-pearl. De Grandin laid his hand upon the knife at his belt, but before he could draw it, a couple of beetle-browed Malays in khaki jackets and sarongs stepped from the bushes bordering the path and levelled a pair of business-like Mauser rifles at us. "I wouldn't," the young man warned in a blasé drawl. "I really wouldn't if I were you. These fellows are both dead shots, and could put enough lead in you to sink you 40 fathoms down before you could get the knife out of its sheath, much less into me. Do you mind, really?" He held out his hand for the weapon. "Thank you, that is much better." He tossed the blade into the water of the inlet with a careless gesture. "Really, you know, the most frightfully messy accidents are apt to happen with those things." De Grandin and I eyed him in speechless amazement, but he continued as though our meeting were the most conventional thing imaginable. "Mr. Trowbridge, pardon my assumption, but I heard your name called a moment ago. Will you be good enough to favor me with an introduction to your friend?" "I am Dr. Samuel Trowbridge of Harrisonville, New Jersey," I replied, wondering meanwhile if I were in the midst of some crazy dream. "And this is Dr. Jules de Grandin of Paris." "So good of you," the other acknowledged with a smile. "I fear I must be less frank than you for the nonce and remain veiled in anonymity. However, one really must have some sort of designation, mustn't one? So suppose you know me for the present as Gunong Basar. Savage, unchristian-sounding sort of name, I'll admit, but more convenient than calling, 'Hey, you,' or simply whistling when you wish to attract my attention. Eh, what? And now," he made a slight bow, "if you will be so kind as to step into my humble burrow in the earth. Yes, that is it, the doorway right before you." Still under the menacing aim of the Malays' rifles, de Grandin and I walked through the cleft in the rock, traversed a low, narrow passage, darker than a windlass cellar, made a sharp turn to the left, and halted abruptly, blinking our eyes in astonishment. Before us, seeming to run into infinity, was a wide, long apartment paved with alternate squares of black and white marble, colonnaded down each side with double rows of white marble pillars, and topped with a vaulted ceiling of burnished copper plates. Down the centre of the corridor, at intervals of about 20 feet, 5 silver oil lamps with globes of finely cut crystal hung from the polished ceiling, making the entire room almost as bright as equatorial noon. "Not half bad, eh?" our host remarked as he viewed our astonishment with amusement. "This is only the vestibule, gentlemen. You really have no idea of the wonders of this house under the water. For instance, would either of you care to retrace your steps? See if you can find the door you came in." We swung about like soldiers at the command of execution, staring straight at the point where the entrance-way should have been. A slab of marble, firm and solid as any composing the walls of the room, to all appearances met our gaze. There was neither sign nor remote evidence of any door or doorway before us. Gunong Basar chuckled delightedly, and gave an order to one of his attendants in the harsh, guttural language of Malaya. "If you will look behind you, gentlemen," he resumed, again addressing us, "you will find another surprise." We wheeled about and almost bumped into a pair of grinning Malay lads who stood at our elbows. "These boys will show you to your rooms," Gunong Basar announced. "Kindly follow them. It will be useless to attempt conversation, for they understand no language but their native speech, and as for replying, unfortunately they lack the benefits of a liberal education, and cannot write, while he shot a quick order to the youths, who immediately opened their mouths as though yawning. Both de Grandin and I gave vent to exclamations of horror. The boys' mouths gaped emptily. Both had had their tongues cut off at the roots. "You see," Grandin went on, in the same musical, slightly bored voice, "these chaps can't be a bit of use to you as gossips. They really can't. I think I can furnish you with dinner clothes, Dr. de Grandin, but—" he smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid you, Dr. Trowbridge, are a little too corpulent to be able to wear any garment made for me. So sorry. However, no doubt we can trick you out in a suit of whites. Captain Van Thun—that is, I'm sure you can be accommodated from our stores, yes? Now, if you will follow the guides, please." He broke off on a slightly interrogative note and bowed with gentle courtesy toward each of us in turn. "You will excuse me for a short time, I'm sure." Before we could answer, he signaled his two attendants, and the three of them stepped behind one of the marble columns. We heard a subdued click, as of two pieces of stone coming lightly together. "But, monsieur, this is incredible, this is monstrous," de Grandin began, striding forward. "You shall explain, I demand. Cordieu, he is gone." He was, as though the wall had faded before his approach, or his own body had dissolved into ether. Gunong Bassar had vanished. We were alone in the brilliantly lighted corridor with our tongueless attendants. Nodding and grinning, the lads signaled us to follow them down the room. One of them ran a few paces ahead and parted a pair of silken curtains, disclosing a narrow doorway through which only one could go at a time. Obeying the lad's gestures, I stepped through the opening, followed by de Grandin and our dumb guides. The lad who had held aside the curtains for us ran ahead a few paces and gave a strange, eerie cry. We looked sharply at him, wondering what the utterance portended, and from behind us sounded the thud of stone on stone. Turning, we saw the second Malay grinning broadly at us from the place where the doorway had been. I say had been advisedly, for where the narrow arched door had pierced the thick wall a moment before was now a solid row of upright marble slabs, no joint or crack showing which portion of the wall was solid stone and which cunningly disguised door. "Sang du diable," de Grandin muttered, "but I do not like this place. It reminds me of that grim fortress of the Inquisition at Toledo, where the good fathers dressed as demons could appear and disappear at will through seeming solid walls, and frighten the wits out of and the true faith into superstitious heretics." I suppressed a shudder with difficulty. This underground house of secret doors was too reminiscent of other practices of the Spanish Inquisition besides the harmless mummery of the monks for my peace of mind. "Eh bien," de Grandin shrugged, "now we are here we may as well make the best of it. Lead on, diablatins." He turned to our dark-skinned guides. We follow. We were standing in a long straight passage, smooth-walled with panels of polished marble, and, like the larger apartment, tiled with alternate squares of black and white. No doorways led off the aisle, but other corridors crossed it at right angles at intervals of 30 to 35 feet. Like the larger room, the passage was lighted by oil lamps swung from the ceiling. Following our guides, we turned to the right down a passageway the exact duplicate of the first, entered a third corridor, and after walking a considerable distance made another turn and stopped before a narrow curtained archway. Through this we entered a large square room, windowless but well lighted by lamps and furnished with two bedsteads of bamboo, having strong china matting on them in lieu of springs or mattress. A low bamboo dressing table, fitted with a mirror of polished metal, and several reed chairs constituted the residue of the furniture. One of the boys signed us to remove our clothes, while the other ran out, returning almost immediately dragging 2 sheet-iron bathtubs after him. Placing these in the center of the room, he left us again, and reappeared in a few minutes with a wheeled contrivance, something like a child's express wagon, in which stood 6 large earthen jars, 4 containing warm water, the other 2 cold. We stepped into the tubs, and the lads proceeded to rub us down with an oily liquid, strongly perfumed with sandalwood and very soothing to feel. When this had been well worked into our skins, the lads poured the contents of the warm water jars over us, splashing us thoroughly from hair to feet, then sluiced us off with a 5-gallon douche of almost ice-cold water. Towels of coarse native linen were unfolded, and in less than 5 minutes we were as thoroughly cleaned, dried, and invigorated as any patron of a Turkish bath at home. I felt rather dubious when my personal attendant produced a clumsy native razor and motioned me to be seated in one of the cane chairs, but the lad proved to be a skilful barber, light and deft of touch, and absolutely speechless, a great improvement upon the loquacious American tonsorialist, I thought. Dinner clothes and a suit of carefully laundered white drill, all scented with the pungent, pleasing odor of clove husks, were brought in on wicker trays, and as we put the finishing touches on our toilet, one of the lads produced a small casket of polished cedar, in which reposed a layer of long black cigars, the sort which retail for $1 apiece in Havana. "Nom d'un petit bonhomme," de Grandin exploded as he exhaled a lungful of the fragrant smoke. "This is marvellous. It is magnificent. It is superb. But I like it not, friend Trowbridge." "Bosh!" I responded, puffing in placid content. "You're afraid of your shadow, de Grandin. Why, man, this is wonderful. Think where we were this morning, shipwrecked, pursued by man-eaters, with starvation as the least of our perils, and look at us now, both dressed in clean clothes, with every attention and convenience we could have at home, and safe, man, safe." "Safe?" he answered dubiously. "Safe, do you say? Did you apprehend, my friend, how our host, that so mysterious Monsieur Gonon, almost spoke of Captain Van Thun when the question of clothing you came up? Why, now you speak of it, I do remember how he seemed about to say something about Captain something or other, and apparently thought better of it," I agreed. "But what's that to do with us?" The little Frenchman came close to me and sank his voice to a scarcely audible whisper. "Captain Frans Van Thun," he breathed, "was master of the Dutch Indiaman Van Dam, which sailed from Rotterdam to Sumatra, and was lost, as far as known, with all on board, on her homeward voyage." "But," I protested. "Sh!" he cut me off. "Those servant boys are beckoning. Come, we are wanted elsewhere." I looked up at the 2 mutes and shuddered at sight of the leering grins on their faces. The Isle of Missing Ships, Part 2. The lads led us through another bewildering series of corridors till our sense of location was completely obfuscated, finally paused one on each side of an archway, and, bowing deeply, signalled us to enter. We strode into a long, marble-tiled room which, unlike every other apartment in the queer house, was not brilliantly lighted. This room's sole illumination was furnished by the glow of 14 wax candles set in 2 7-branched silver candelabra, which stood at opposite ends of a polished mahogany table of purest Sheridan design, its wax surface giving back reflections of crystal and silver dinner service fit for the table of a king. "Ah, gentlemen!" Gunong Bassar, arrayed in immaculate evening clothes, greeted us from the farther end of the room. "I hope you have brought good appetites with you. I'm fairly ravenous for my part. Will you join me?" The same Malay servitors who had accompanied him at our meeting stood behind him now, their semi-military khaki jackets and sarongs exchanged for costumes of freshly ironed white linen, and their rifles replaced by a pair of large-caliber Luger pistols, which each wore conspicuously tucked in his scarlet silk cummerbund. "Sorry I can't offer you a cocktail," our host apologized as we seated ourselves, "but ice is not among the improvements available in my modest little menage, unfortunately. However, we find the sea caves do quite well as refrigerators, and I think you'll find this chilled wine really acceptable as a substitute." "Ah!" He looked diffidently from one of us to the other, finally fixing his gaze on me. "Will you be good enough to ask the blessing, Dr. Trowbridge? You look as if you might be experienced in that line." Startled, but greatly reassured by the request, I bowed my head and repeated the customary formula, almost springing from my chair with amazement as I opened my eyes at the prayer's end. While de Grandin and I had bent above the table during grace, the servants had pulled back the rich batik with which the wall facing us was draped, revealing a series of heavy plate-glass panels against which the ocean's green waters pressed. We were looking directly onto the sea bottom. "Jolly clever idea, what?" Gunong Bassar inquired, smiling at our surprised faces. "Thought it all up myself. Like to see the little finny fellows swim past, you know. Had a beastly hard time getting the workmen to do the job for me, too. But all sorts of unbelievable persons trickle into these islands from time to time. Architects gone gaga with drink, skilled artisans with all the trades and what not. I finally managed to collect the men I wanted." "But, monsieur, the expense," de Grandin protested with typical Gaelic logic. "It must have been prodigious." "Oh, no," the young man answered negligently. "I had to feed the beggars, of course, but most of 'em were habituated to native food, and that's not very expensive." "But their salaries," de Grandin persisted. "Why, monsieur, this house is a work of genius, a marvel of engineering. Even drink-ruined architects and engineers capable of producing such a place as this would demand fabulous fees for their services. And the laborers, the men who cut and polished the marble here, they must have been numerous as an army. Their wages would be ruinous." "Most of the marble was salvaged from deserted Dutch colonial palaces," Gunong Bassar replied. "You know, Holland built a mighty empire in these islands a century or so ago, and her planters lived in palaces fit for kings. When the empire crumbled, the planters left, and he who cared to might help himself to their houses, wholly or in part. As for wages," he waved a jewelled hand carelessly, "I am rich, but the wages made no great inroads on my fortune. Do you remember your medieval history, Dr. de Grandin?" "But certainly," the Frenchman responded, "but—" "Don't you recall, then, the precaution the nobles, ecclesiastical as well as temporal, took to ensure the secrecy of their castle or cathedral plans?" He paused, smiling quizzically at de Grandin. "Parbleu! But you would not, you could not, you would not dare!" the Frenchman almost shouted, half rising from his chair and staring at our host as though a mad dog sat in his place. "Nonsense! Of course I would, and did," the other replied good-humouredly. "Why not? The men were bits of human flotsam, not worth salvaging. And who was to know? Dead men are notoriously uncommunicative, you know. Proverbially so, in fact. But you tell this to me." De Grandin looked at him incredulously. Our host's face went perfectly expressionless as he stared directly at de Grandin for a period while one might count 5 slowly. Then his dark, rather sullen face lighted with a smile. "May I offer you some more wine, my dear doctor?" he asked. I looked alternately at my companions in wonderment. Gunong Bassar had made some sinister implication which de Grandin had been quick to comprehend, I knew, and their subsequent conversation concerning dead men telling no tales contained a thinly veiled threat. But try as I would, I could not find the key to their enigmatic talk. Medieval castles and cathedrals? Dead men tell no tales? I repeated to myself. What did it all mean? Gunong Bassar broke in on my thought. "May I offer you a bit more of this white meat, Dr. Trowbridge?" he asked courteously. "Really, we find this white meat," the words were ever so slightly emphasized, "most delicious. So tender and well flavored, you know. Do you like it?" "Very much, thank you," I replied. "It's quite different from anything I've ever tasted. In a way it reminds me of delicious young pork, yet it's different too. Is it peculiar to the islands, Mr. Gunong?" "Well, he smiled slightly as he cut a thin slice of the delicious roast and placed it on my plate. "I wouldn't say it is peculiar to our islands, though we have an unusual way of preparing it in this house. The natives hereabouts refer to the animal from which it comes as long pig, really a disgusting sort of beast while living, but quite satisfactory when killed and properly cooked. May I serve you again, Dr. de Grandin?" He turned toward the Frenchman with a smile. I sat suddenly upright in utter dumbfounded amazement as I beheld de Grandin's face. He was leaning forward in his chair, his fierce little blue eyes very round, and almost protruding from his head. His weather-tanned cheeks had gone the color of putty as he stared at our host like a subject regarding a professional hypnotist. "De grandeur!" he ejaculated, in a choking whisper. "Long pig, did you say? Sang de Saint Denis, and I have eaten it! My dear chap, are you ill?" I cried, leaping from my chair and hastening to his side. "Has your dinner disagreed with you?" "Non, non!" He waved me away, still speaking in that choking whisper. "Sit down, friend Trowbridge, sit down. But par l'amour de Dieu, I beseech you, eat no more of that accursed meat, at least not tonight." "Oh, my dear sir," Gunong Bassar protested mildly, "you have spoiled Dr. Trowbridge's appetite, and he was enjoying this delicious white meat so much, too. This is really too bad, you know. Really it is." He frowned at the silver meat platter before him a moment, then signaled one of his attendants to take it away, adding a quick command in Malayan as he did so. "Perhaps a little entertainment will help us forget this unfortunate contretemps," he suggested. "I have sent for Miriam. You will like her, I fancy. I have great hopes for her. She has the makings of a really accomplished artista, I think." The servant who had taken away the meat returned and whispered something in our host's ear. As he listened, Gunong Bassar's thin, well-bred face took on such an expression of fury as I had never before seen displayed by a human being. "What?" he shouted, forgetting apparently that the Malay did not understand English. "I'll see about this. We'll soon see who says must and shall in this house." He turned to us with a perfunctory bow as he rose. "Excuse me, please," he begged. "A slight misunderstanding has arisen, and I must straighten it out. I shan't keep you waiting long, I hope. But if you wish anything while I'm gone, Hussein," he indicated the Malay who stood statue still behind his chair, "will attend your wants. He speaks no English, but you can make him understand by signs, I think. Quick, de Grandin, tell me before he comes back," I besought as Gunong, accompanied by one of the Malays, left the room. "Eh?" replied the Frenchman, looking up from an absorbed contemplation of the tableware before him. "What is it you would know, my friend? What was all that word juggling about medieval builders and dead men telling no tales?" I demanded. "Oh, that," he answered with a look of relief. Why, do you not know that when a great lord of the Middle Ages commissioned an architect to build a castle for him, it was almost tantamount to a death sentence? The architect, the master builders, even the principal workmen were usually done to death when the building was finished, in order that they might not divulge its secret passages and hidden defences to an enemy, or duplicate the design for some rival noble. Why then, Gunong Bassar meant he killed the men who built this submarine house for him, I ejaculated, horror-stricken. Precisely, de Grandin answered, but bad as that may be, we have a more personal interest in the matter. Did you notice him when I showed surprise he should confess his guilt to us? Good heavens, yes, I answered. He meant that, though still breathing, we are, to all intents, dead men, de Grandin supplied. And that talk of white meat and long pig? I asked. He drew a shuddering breath, as though the marble-lined cavern had suddenly gone icy cold. Trowbridge, my friend, he answered in a low, earnest whisper, you must know this thing, but you must control yourself too. Not by word or sign must you betray your knowledge. Throughout these devil-ridden islands, wherever the brown fiends who are the natives eat men, they refer to the cannibal feast as a meal of long pig. That so unfortunate man we saw dead at the stake this morning, and that pitiful Dutch woman we saw clubbed to death, they, my friend, were long pigs. That was the white meat this devil out of lowest hell set before us this night. That is the food we have eaten at this accursed table. My God! I half rose from my chair, then sank back, overcome with nausea. Do you suppose it was her flesh? Shh! He warned sharply. Silence, my friend. Control yourself. Do not let him see you know. He is coming. As though de Grandin's words had been a theatrical cue for his entrance, Gunong Bassar stepped through the silken portière at the doorway beyond the table, a pleased smile on his swarthy face. So sorry to keep you waiting, he apologized. The trouble is all adjusted now, and we can proceed with our entertainment. Miriam is a little diffident before strangers, but I persuaded her to oblige us. He turned toward the door through which he had entered and waved his hand to someone behind the curtains. 3 Malays, one a woman bent with age and hideously wrinkled, the other 2 vacant-faced youths, came through the doorway at his gesture. The woman, bearing a section of bamboo fitted with the drumheads of rawhide at each end, led the way. The first boy rested his hand on her shoulder, and the second lad in turn held tightly to his companion's jacket. A second glance told us the reason for this procedure. The woman, though aged almost to the point of paralysis, possessed a single malignant bloodshot eye. Both boys were sightless, their scarred and sunken eyelids telling mutely of eyeballs gouged from their faces by unskilled hands which had torn the surrounding tissues as they ripped the optics from the quivering flesh. "Haroom! Haroom!" cried the old crone in a cracked treble, and the 2 blind boys seated themselves cross-legged on the marble floor. One of them raised a reed pipe to his lips, the other rested a sort of zither upon his knees, and each began trying his instrument tentatively, producing a sound approximating the complaints of a tomcat suffering with cholera morbus. "Haroom! Haroom!" the hag cried again, and commenced beating a quick rhythm on her drum, using her finger-tips and the heels of her hands alternately for drumsticks. "Takuka! Takuka! Takuka!" The drum beats boomed hollowly, the first stroke heavily accented, the second and third following in such quick succession that they seemed almost indivisible parts of one continuous thrumming. Now the pipe and zither took up the tribrach tune, and a surge of fantastic music swirled and eddied through the marble-walled apartment. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, a repetitious, insistent, whining chant of tortured instruments, an air that pleaded with the hearer's evil nature to overthrow restraint and give the beast within him freedom, a harmony that drugged the senses like opium, or the extract of the kola-nut. The music raced and soared, faster, shriller, and higher. The painted silk curtains swung apart, and a girl glided out upon the tessellated pavement. She was young, 16 or 17 at the most, and the sinuous, lithe grace of her movements was as much due to healthy and perfectly coordinated muscles as to training. The customary sarong of the islands encased her nether limbs, but instead of the native woman's jacket, her sarong was carried up beyond the gold 6-inch wide belt about her waist and tightly wrapped about her bosom, so that it formed a single comprehensive garment covering her from armpits to ankles. Save for a chaplet of blazing cabochon rubies about her slender throat, her neck and shoulders were bare, but ornaments in the form of flexible golden snakes with emerald eyes twined up each arm from elbow to shoulder, and bangles of pure, soft gold, hung with triple rows of tiny hawk-bells, circled her wrists. Other bangles, products of the finest goldsmiths of India, jangled about her white ankles above the pearl-encrusted slippers of amethyst velvet, while a diamond aigrette fastened comb-fashion in her sleeky parted black hair was worth a king's ransom. Fit to ransom a monarch, too, was the superb blue-white diamond of her nose-stud, fixed in her left nostril, and the rope of pearls which circled her waist and hung swaying to the very hem of her sarong of Philippine pineapple gauze was fit to buy the peacock throne of the Grand Mogul himself. Despite the lavishly applied cosmetics, the antimony which darkened her eyelids to the color of purple grape-skins, the cochineal which dyed her lips and cheeks a brilliant scarlet, and the powdered charcoal which traced her eyebrows in a continuous, fluted line across her forehead, she was beautiful with the rich, ripe beauty of the woman who inspired Solomon of old to indite his Song of Songs. None but the Jewish race, or perhaps the Arabian, could have produced a woman with the passionate, alluring beauty of Miriam, the dancer in the house beneath the sea. Back and forth across the checkered floor the girl wove her dance, tracing patterns intricate as lace from canary or the looms of spiders over the marble with her soft soles of her velvet slippers, the chiming bells at her wrists and ankles keeping time to the calling, luring tune of the old hag and her blind musicians with the consummate art of a Spanish castanet dancer following the music with their hand cymbals. At last the dance was done. Shaking like a leaf with the intoxication of her own rhythmic movements, Miriam flung herself full length, face downward, before Gunong Bisar, and lay upon the marble floor in utter, abject self-abasement. What he said to her we did not understand, for the words were in harsh Malayan, but he must have given her permission to go, for she rose from her prostration like a dog, expecting punishment when its master relents, and ran from the room, bracelets and anklets ringing time to her panic flight, pearls clicking together as they swayed with the motion of her sarong. The old crone rose too, and led her blind companions from the room, and we three sat staring at each other under the winking candle-light, with the two impassive Malay guards standing motionless behind their master's chair. "Do you think she is beautiful?" Gunong Basar asked as he lighted a cigarette and blew a cloud of smoke toward the copper ceiling. "Beautiful," de Grandin gasped. "Mon Dieu, monsieur, she is wonderful, she is magnificent, she is superb. Death of my life, but she is divine. Never have I seen such a dancer, never such, nom de Dieu, I am speechless as the fish. In all the languages I know there are not words to describe her." "And you, Dr. Trowbridge, what do you think of my little Miriam?" Gunong addressed me. "She is very lovely," I acknowledged, feeling the words foolishly inadequate. "Ha ha!" he laughed good-naturedly, "spoken with true Yankee conservatism, by Jove. And that, gentlemen," he continued, leads us to an interesting little proposition I have to make you. But first, you will smoke? You will find these cigars really good. I import them from Havana." He passed the polished cedar humidor across the table and held a match for us to light our selections of the expensive tobacco. "Now then," he commenced, inhaling a deep lungful of smoke, "first a little family history, then my business proposition. Are you ready, gentlemen?" De Grandin and I nodded, wondering mutely what the next chapter in this novel of incredible surprises would be. "When we met so auspiciously this afternoon," our host began in his pleasant voice, "I requested that you call me Gunong Vasar. That, however, is what we might call, for want of a better term, merely my nom de lie. Actually, gentlemen, I am the almost honorable James Abingdon Richardson." "Parbleu, monsieur," de Grandin demanded, "how is it you mean that, the almost honorable?" The young man blew a cloud of fragrant smoke toward the room's copper ceiling, and watched it float upward a moment before he replied. "My father was an English missionary, my mother a native princess. She was not of the Malay blood, but of the dominant Arab strain, and was known as Laila, Pearl of the Islands. My father had alienated himself from his family when he and an elder sister deserted the Church of England and, embracing a dissenting creed, came to Malaya to spread the gospel of repentance or damnation among the heathen in their blindness." He drew thoughtfully at his cigar and smiled rather bitterly as he resumed. "He was a fine figure of a man, that father of mine, 6 feet tall, blue-eyed and curly-haired, with a deep, compelling voice and the fire of fanaticism burning in his heart. The natives, Arab and Malay alike, took to his fiery gospel as the desert dwellers of Arabia once listened to the preaching of Mohammed, the camel-driver. My grandfather, a pirate prince with a marble palace and 1,000 slaves of his own, was one of the converts, and came to the mission bringing his 10-year-old daughter, Laila, with him. He left her at the mission school to learn the gentle teachings of the Prophet of Nazareth. She stayed there 4 years." Again our host paused, puffing silently at his cigar, seemingly attempting to marshal his thoughts. "I believe I said my father was a dissident clergyman?" "Yes, so I did, to be sure. Had he been a member of the established church, things might have been different. The established English clergy are bad enough, with their fox-hunting and general worldliness, but they're usually sportsmen. When she was a scant 15 years old, women of the East mature more rapidly than your Western women, you know. Laila, the Pearl of the Islands, came back to her father's palace of marble and cedar, bearing a little boy baby in her arms. The charitable Christian sister of the missionary had driven her out of the mission settlement when she learned that she, the sister, was about to have a little nephew, whose birth was not presanctified by a wedding ring. The old pirate was furious. He would have put his daughter and half-caste child to death and swooped down on the mission with fire and dagger, but my mother had learned much of the Christian charity during her stay at the school. She was sure, if she went to my father with as many pearls as her 2 hands could hold, and with a dowry of rubies strung around her neck, he would receive her as his wife, or make an honest woman of her, as the saying goes. However, one thing and another prevented her return to the mission for 3 years, and when we finally got there we found my reverend sire had taken an English lady to wife. Oh, he took the jewels my mother brought, no fear of his refusing, and in return for them he permitted us to live in the settlement as native hangers-on. She, a princess and the daughter of generations of princesses, scrubbed floors and baked bread in the house presided over by my father's wife, and I, my father's firstborn son, duly christened with his name, fetched and carried for my father's younger sons. They were hard, those days at the mission school. The white boys who were my half-brothers overlooked no chance to remind me of my mother's shame and my own disgrace. Humility and patience under affliction were the lessons my mother and I had ground into us day by day while we remained there. Then, when I was a lad of 10 years or so, my father's cousin, Viscount Abingdon, broke his neck at a fox hunt, and as he died without issue, my father became a member of England's landed gentry, and went back home to take over the title and the entails. He borrowed on his expectancy before he left, and offered my mother money to have me educated as a clerk in some trader's store, but my mother, for all her years of servitude, was still a princess of royal blood. Also she remembered enough Scripture to quote, "Thy money perish with thee." So she spat in his face and went back to the palace of her father, telling him that her husband was dead. I was sent to school in England. Oh yes, I am a public school man. Winchester, you know, and I was down for my first term at Cambridge when the war broke out in 1914. Why should I have fought for England? What had England or the English ever done for me? It was the call of the blood, the English blood perhaps. At any rate, I joined up and was gazetted to a London regiment. Everything was death or glory those days, you know, for king and country, and all that sort of tosh. Racial lines were wiped out, and every man, whatever his color or creed, was for the common cause. Rot. I came into the officers' mess one night after a hard day's drill, and was presented to a young man from one of the Guards regiments. "Lieutenant Richardson," my captain said. "This is Lieutenant Richardson." "Queer coincidence, you chaps are both James Abington Richardson. Ought to be great pals on that account, what?" The other Lieutenant Richardson looked me over from head to foot, then repeated distinctly, so every one in the room could hear and understand, "James, my boots need polishing. Attend to it." It was the same order he had given me at the mission school 100 times when we were lads together. He was Lieutenant the Honourable James Abington Richardson, legitimate eldest son of Viscount Abington. I was— He broke off, staring straight before him a moment, then— There was a devil of a row. Officers weren't supposed to beat other officers into insensibility in company mess, you know. I was dismissed from the service, and came back to the islands. My grandfather was dead, so was my mother. I was monarch of all I surveyed, if I was willing not to look too far, and since my return I have consecrated my life to repaying my debt to my father on such of his race as crossed my path. The hunting has been fairly good, too. White men are such fools. Ship after ship has run aground on the rocks here, sometimes in answer to my signal rockets, sometimes mistaking the red and green lamps on the hill up yonder for ships' lights. It's been profitable. Nearly every ship so far has contained enough loot to make the game distinctly worth the trouble. I must admit your ship was somewhat of a disappointment in respect of monetary returns, but then I have had the pleasure of your company. That's something. I keep a crew of Papuans around to do the dirty work, and let them eat a few prisoners now and then by way of reward. Don't mind an occasional helping of long pig myself, as a matter of fact, provided it is a white one. But, he smiled unpleasantly, conditions aren't ideal yet. I still have to install electricity in the house and rig up a wireless apparatus. I could catch more game that way. And then there's the question of women. Remember how Holy Writ says, "It is not good for man to dwell alone." I've found it out already. Old Umara, the woman who played the drum tonight, and the slave girl Miriam are the only women in the establishment thus far, but I intend to remedy that soon. I shall send to one of the larger islands and buy several of the most beautiful maidens available within the next few months, and live as befits a prince, a pirate prince, even as my grandfather was. Now, white men. His suave manner dropped from him like a mask let down. An implacable hatred glared from his dark eyes. This is my proposition to you. Before I establish my seraglio, it is necessary that I possess suitable furniture. I cannot spare any of my faithful retainers for the purpose of attending my women, but you two come into my hands providentially. Both of you are surgeons. You shall perform the necessary operations on each other. It is a matter of indifference to me which of you operates first. You may draw straws for the privilege, if you wish. But it is my will that you do this thing, and my will is law on this island." Both de Grandin and I looked at him in speechless horror, but he took no notice of our amazement. "You may think you will refuse," he told us, "but you will not." Captain Van Thuan, of the Dutch steamer Van Dam, and his first mate were offered the same chance and refused it. They chose to interview a little pet I keep about the premises as an alternative. But when the time for the interview came, both would gladly have reconsidered their decision. This house is the one place in the world where a white man must keep his word, willy-nilly. Both of them were obliged to carry out their bargain to the letter, and I cannot say the prestige of the pure Caucasian breed was strengthened by the way they did it. Now, I will give you gentlemen a greater opportunity for deliberation than I gave the Dutchman. You shall first be allowed to see my pet, then decide whether you will accept my offer or not. But I warn you beforehand, whatever decision you make must be adhered to. Come." He turned to the two armed Malays who stood behind his chair and barked an order. Instantly de Grandin and I were covered by their pistols, and the scowling faces behind the firearm sights told us we might expect no quarter if the order to fire were given. "Come," Gunong Bassar, or Richardson, repeated imperiously. "Walk ahead, you two, and remember, the first attempt either of you makes to escape will mean a bullet through his brain." We marched down a series of identical corridors as bewildering as the labyrinth of Crete, mysterious stone doors thudding shut behind us from time to time, other doors swinging open in the solid walls as our guards pressed cunningly concealed springs in the walls or floor. Finally we brought up on a sort of colonnaded porch, a tiled footpath bordered with a low stone parapet from which a row of carved stone columns rose to a concave ceiling of natural stone. Below the balcony's balustrade stretched a long, narrow pool of dead motionless water between abrupt, vertical walls of rock, and, some 200 feet away, through the arch of a natural cave, the star-lit tropical sky showed like a little patch of freedom before our straining eyes. The haze which had thickened the air the previous night must have cleared away, for rays of the bright, full moon painted a path to Spain over the waters at the cavern's mouth, and sent sufficient light as far back as our balcony to enable us to distinguish an occasional tiny ripple on the glassy surface below us. "Here, pretty," our captor called, leaning forward between two columns. "Come up and see the brave white men who may come to play with you. Here, pretty pet, come up, come up." We stared into the purple waters like lost souls gazing on the hell prepared for them, but no motion agitated the depths. "Sulky brute!" the half-caste exclaimed, and snatched a pistol from the girdle of one of his attendants. "Come up," he repeated harshly. "Damn you, come when I call." He tossed the weapon into the pool below. De Grandin and I uttered a gasp of horror in unison, and I felt his nails bite into my arm as his strong, slender fingers gripped me convulsively, as though the pistol had been superheated and capable of setting the water in the cave boiling by its touch. The deep, blue-black pool beneath us suddenly woke to life. Ripples, living, groping ripples, appeared on the pool's smooth face and long twisting arms. Sinuous as snakes, thick as a fire-hose, seemed waving just under the surface, flicking into the air now and again, and displaying tentacles roughened with great, wart-like protuberances. Something like a monster bubble, transparent gray like a jellyfish, yet oddly spotted like an unclean reptile, almost as big around as the umbrellas used by teamsters on their wagons in summer-time, and, like an umbrella, ribbed at regular intervals, rose from the darker water, and a pair of monstrous, hideous white eyes, large as dinner plates with black pupils large as saucers, stared greedily, unwinkingly at us. "Nom de Dieu! Nom de Dieu!" de Grandin breathed. "The sea-devil, the giant octopus." "Quite so," Gunong Bassar agreed affably. "The giant octopus. What he grasps he holds for ever, and he grasps all he can reach. A full-grown elephant thrown into that water would have no more chance of escape than a minnow, or, for unpleasant example, than you gentlemen would. Now, perhaps, you realize why Captain Van Thun and his first officer wished they had chosen to enter my employ, albeit in a somewhat extraordinary capacity. I did not afford them a chance of viewing the alternative beforehand as I have you, however. Now that you have had your chance, I am sure you will take the matter under serious advisement before you refuse. There is no hurry. You will be given all tonight and tomorrow to arrive at a decision. I shall expect your answer at dinner tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen. My boys will show you to your room. Good night, and may I wish you pleasant dreams?" With a mocking laugh he stepped quickly back into the shadows. We heard the sound we had come to recognize as the closing of one of the hidden stone doors, and found ourselves alone upon the balcony overlooking the den of the giant octopus. "Bon Dieu!" de Grandin cried despairingly. "Trowbridge, my friend, they make a mistake, those people who insist the devil dwells in hell. Parbleu, what is that?" The noise which startled him was the shuffling of bare brown feet. The tongueless youths who acted as our valets de chambre were coming reluctantly toward us down the passageway, their eyes rolling in fearful glances toward the balustrade beyond which the devil of the sea lurked in his watery lair. "Eh bien," the Frenchman shrugged, "it is the two devilkins again. Lead on, mes enfants. Any place is better than this threshold of hell. And now," he announced as he dropped into one of the bedroom's wicker chairs and lighted a cigarette, "we are in what you Americans would call a tight fix, friend Trowbridge. To accede to that half-caste hellion's proposition would be to dishonor ourselves forever. That is unthinkable. But to be eaten up by that so infernal octopus, that too is unthinkable. Morbleu, had I known then what I know now, I should have demanded £1,000 a day from those Messieurs Lloyd, and then refused their offer. And your so splendid soldiers were wont to say during the war, we are, of a surety, S.O.L., my friend." Beneath the bamboo bedstead across the room a slight rustling sounded. I looked apathetically toward the bed, indifferent to any fresh horror which might appear. But wretched as I was not prepared for the apparition which emerged. Stripped of her gorgeous raiment of pineapple gauze, a sarong and jacket of the cheapest native cotton inadequately covering her glorious body, an ivory wood button replacing her diamond nose-stud, her feet bare and no article of jewelry adorning her, Miriam, the dancer, crept forth and flung herself to her knees before de Grandin. "Oh, monsieur," she begged, in a voice choked with tears, "have pity on me, I implore you. Be merciful to me, as you would have another in your place be pitiful to your sister, were she in mine." "Morbleu, child, is it of me you ask pity?" de Grandin demanded. "How can I, who cannot even choose my own death, show compassion to you? Kill me," she answered fiercely. "Kill me now, while yet there is time. See, I have brought you this." From the folds of her scanty sarong she drew a native kris, a wavy-bladed short sword with a razor edge and needle point. "Stab me with it," she besought. "Then, if you wish to use it on your friend and yourself, there is no other hope. Look about you. Do not you see there is no way of dying in this prison room? Once upon a time the mirror was of glass, but a captive white man broke it and almost succeeded in cutting his wrists with the pieces until he died. Since then, Gunong Bassar has had a metal mirror in this room." "Pardieu, you are right, child," de Grandin agreed as he glanced at the dressing table over which the metal mirror hung. "But why do you seek death? Are you, too, destined for the octopus?" She shuddered. "Some day, perhaps, but while I retain my beauty there is small fear of that. Every day old Umara, the one-eyed she-devil, teaches me to dance, and when I do not please her, and she is very hard to please, she beats me with bamboo rods on the soles of my feet till I can scarcely bear to walk. And Gunong Bassar makes me dance for him every night till I am ready to drop, and if I do not smile upon him as I dance, or if I grow weary too soon, so that my feet lag before he gives me permission to stop, he beats me. Every time a ship is caught in his trap, he saves some of the officers and makes me dance before them, and I know they are to be fed to the fish devil, yet I must smile upon them, or he will beat me till my feet bleed, and the old woman will beat me when he is weary of it. My father was French, monsieur, though I myself was born in England of a Spanish mother. We lost all our money in the war, for my father kept a goldsmith's shop in Reims, and the Salbok stole everything he had. We came to the islands after the war, and my father made money as a trader. We were returning home on the Dutch ship Van Dam, when Gunong Bassar caught her in his trap. Me he kept to be taught to dance the dances of the islands, and to be tortured. See, he has put a ring in my nose, like a native woman's." She lifted a trembling hand to the wooden button which kept the hole pierced in her nose from growing together when she was not wearing her jewelled stud. "My father, O God of Israel, he fed to the fish devil before my eyes, and told me he would serve me the same way if I proved not submissive to his will in all things. And so, monsieur," she ended simply, "I would that you cause me to die, and be out of my unhappiness." As the girl talked, de Grandin's face registered every emotion from amazement to horror and compassion. As she completed her narrative he looked thoughtful. "Wait, wait, my pretty one," he besought, as she would have forced the kriss into his hand. "I must think. Pardieu, Jules de Grandin, you silly fool, you must think now as never before." He sank his face in his hands and bowed his chin nearly to his knees. "Tell me, my little cabbage," he demanded suddenly, "do they let you out of this accursed house by daylight, hein?" "Oh, yes," she responded. "I may go or come as I will when I am not practicing my dances or being beaten. I may go anywhere on the island I wish, for no one, not even the cannibals who live on the shore, would dare lay his little finger on me for fear of the master. I belong to Gunong Bassar, and he would feed anyone who touched his property to the great fish devil. And why have you never sought to die by your own hand?" de Grandin asked suspiciously. "Jews do not commit suicide," she answered proudly. "To die by another's hand is not forbidden. Jephthah's daughter so died. But to go from light with your hands reddened with your own blood is against the law of my fathers." "Ah, yes, I understand," he agreed with a short nod. "You children of Jacob shame us so-called Christians in the way you keep your precepts, child. Eh bien, 'tis fortunate for all us you have a strong conscience, my beautiful. Attend me. In your walks about this never enough to be execrated island, have you observed, near the spot where the masts which carry the false ship's light stand, certain plants growing, plants with shining leaves and a fruit like the unripe apple which grows in France, a low bush of fruit of pale green?" The girl wrinkled her white forehead thoughtfully, then nodded twice. "Yes," she replied, "I have seen such a plant." "Très bien," he nodded approvingly. the way from which this evil place seems to open before us, mes amis. At least we have the sporting chance. Now listen, and listen well, my little half-orange, for upon your obedience rests our chance of freedom. Tomorrow, when you have a chance to leave this vestibule of hell, go you to the place where those fruits like apples grow, and gather as many of them as you can carry in your sarong. Bring these little fruits of Cuculus indicus to the house and mash them to a pulp in some jar which you must procure. At the dinner hour, pour the contents of that jar into the water where dwells the devil-fish. Do not fail us, my little pigeon, for upon your faithful performance of your trust our lives and yours depend. Pardieu! If you do but carry out your orders, we shall feed that monster octopus such a meal as he will have small belly for, parbleu! When you have poured all the crushed fruit into the water, secrete yourself in the shadows near by and wait till we come. You can swim? Good. When we do leap into the water, do you leap also, and together we shall swim to that boat I was about to borrow when we met this so excellent Monsieur Gunong Bassar, James Abington Richardson Devil. Cordieu, I think that Jules de Grandin is not such a fool as I thought he was. Good night, fairest one, and may the God of your people, and the gentle Mary too, guard you this night and all the nights of your life. Good evening, gentlemen, Gunong Bassar greeted as we entered the dining-room next evening. Have you decided upon our little proposition? But certainly, de Grandin assured him. If we must choose between a few minutes' conversation with the octopus and a lifetime, or even half an hour's sight of your neither black nor white face, we cast our vote for the fish. He, at least, does what he does from nature. He is no vile parody of his kind. Let us go to the fish-house, vite, monsieur. The sooner we get this business completed, the sooner we shall be rid of you. Gunong Bassar's pale countenance went absolutely livid with fury. You insignificant little fool, he cried. I'll teach you to insult me. Harum! He sent the call echoing through the marble-lined cave. You will not be so brave when you feel those tentacles strangling the life out of your puny body, and that beak tearing your flesh off your bones before the water has a chance to drown you. He poured a string of burning orders at his two guards, who seized their rifles and thrust them at us. Off to the grotto, he shrieked, beside himself with rage. Don't think you can escape the devil-fish by resisting my men. They won't shoot to kill. They'll only cripple you and drag you to the pool. Will you walk, or shall we shoot you first and pull you there? Monsieur de Grandin drew himself proudly erect. A gentleman of France fears no death the Malay batard can offer. Lead on. Biting his pale lips till the blood ran to keep from screaming with fury, Gunong Bassar signalled his guards, and we took up our way toward the sea-monster's lair. Le bon Dieu, Grant la belle Juve has done her work thoroughly, de Grandin whispered as we came out upon the balcony. I like not this part of our little playlet, my friend. Should our plan have failed, adieu. He gave my hand a hasty pressure. Who goes first? Gunong Bassar asked as we halted by the balustrade. Pardieu, you do, de Grandin shouted, and before anyone was aware of his intention he dashed one of his small, hard fists squarely into the astonished half-caste's face, seized him about the waist, and flung him bodily into the black, menacing water below. In, friend Trowbridge, he called, leaping upon the parapet. Dive and swim, it is our only chance. I waited no second bidding, but jumped as far outward as possible, striking out vigorously toward the far end of the cave, striving to keep my head as near water level as possible, yet draw an occasional breath. Horror swam beside me. Each stroke I took I expected one of the monster's slimy tentacles to seize me and drag me under, but no great, grey bubble rose from the black depths, no questing arms reached toward me. for all we could observe to the contrary. The pool was as harmless as any of the thousands of rocky caves which dot the volcanic coast of Malaya. Bullets whipped and tore the water around us, striking the rocky walls and singing off in various ricochets. But the light was poor, and the Malay marksmen emptied their pieces with no effect. "Triomphe!" de Grandin announced, blowing the water from his mouth in a great, gusty sigh of relief as we gained the shingle outside the cave. "Miriam, my beautiful one, are you with us?" "Yes," responded a voice from the darkness. "I did as you bade me, monsieur, and the great fish-devil sank almost as soon as he thrust his snake arms into the fruit as it floated on the water. But when I saw he was dead, I did not dare wait, but swam out here to abide your coming." "It is good," de Grandin commended. "One of those bullets might easily have hit you. They are execrable marksmen, those Malays, but accidents do occur. Now, monsieur," he addressed the limp bundle he towed behind him in the water, "I have a little business proposition for you. Will you accompany us, and be delivered to the Dutch or British to be hanged for the damned pirate you are, or will you fight me for your so miserable life here and now?" "I cannot fight you now," Gunong Bassar answered. "You broke my arm with your cowardly jiu-jitsu when you took advantage of me and attacked me without warning." "Ah, so," de Grandin replied, helping his captive to the beach. "It is unfortunate, for mordieu, scoundrel, would you do so?" The Eurasian had suddenly drawn a dagger from his coat and lunged viciously at de Grandin's breast. With the agility of a cat, the Frenchman evaded the thrust, seized his antagonist's wrist, and twisted the knife from his grasp. His foot shot out. He drove his fist savagely into Gunong's throat, and the half-caste sprawled helplessly on the sand. "Attend, mademoiselle," de Grandin called to me. "It is not well for her to see what I must do here." There was a sound of a scuffle, then a horrible gargling noise, and the beating of hands and feet upon the sands. "Finis," de Grandin remarked nonchalantly, dipping his hands in the water and cleansing them of some dark stains. "You," I began. "Mais certainement," he replied matter-of-factly. "I slit his throat. What would you have? He was a mad dog. Why should he continue to live?" Walking hurriedly along the beach, we came to the little power-boat moored in the inlet and set her going. "Where to?" I asked as de Grandin swung the trim little craft around a rocky promontory. "Do you forget, cher Trowbridge, that we have a score to settle with those cannibals?" he asked. We settled it. Running the launch close inshore, de Grandin shouted defiance to the Papuans till they came tumbling out of their cone-shaped huts like angry bees from their hives. "Saha, messieurs," de Grandin called, "we give you food of another sort this night. Eat, Sakarkania, eat it." The Lewis machine-gun barked and sputtered, and a chorus of cries and groans rose from the beach. "It is well," he announced as he resumed the wheel. "They eat no more white women, those ones." Indeed, did I still believe the teachings of my youth, I should say they were even now partaking of the devil's hospitality with their late master. "But see here," I demanded as we chugged our way toward the open water, "what was it you told Miriam to put in the water where the octopus was, de Grandin?" He chuckled. "Had you studied as much biology as I, friend Trowbridge, you would recognize that glorious plant, the Coccolus indicus, when you saw it. All over the Polynesian islands the lazy natives, who desire to obtain food with the minimum of labor, mash up the berry of that plant and spread it in the water where the fish swim. A little of it will render the fish insensible. A little more will kill him as dead as the late lamented Gunong Bassar. I noticed that plant growing on the island, and when our lovely Jewess told me she could go and come at will, I said to me, by the George, why not have her poison that great devil-fish and swim to freedom? Voilà tout." A passing Dutch steamer picked us up 2 days later. The passengers and crew gaped widely at Miriam's imperial beauty, and wider still at de Grandin's account of our exploits. "Pardieu," he confided to me one night as we walked the deck, "I fear those Dutchmen misbelieve me, friend Trowbridge. Perhaps I shall have to slit their ears to teach them to respect the word of a Frenchman." It was 6 months later that a Western Union messenger entered my consulting room at Harrisville and handed me a blue and white envelope. "Sign here," he ordered. I tore the envelope open, and this is what I read: "Miriam made big sensation in Follies Bergerets tonight. Felicitations, de Grandin." The Vengeance of India, Part 1. All day the March wind had been muttering and growling like a peevish giant with a toothache. As darkness fell, it began to raise its voice. By 9 o'clock it was shrieking and screaming like a billion banshees suffering with cholera morbus. I huddled over the coke fire burning in my study grate and tried to concentrate on my book, to forget the wailing of the wind and the misfortunes of the day, but made very poor work of it. Mingling with the wind skirling, there suddenly sounded the raucous bellow of an automobile siren, followed a moment later by a hammering and clattering at the front door, as if whoever stood outside would beat the panels in by main force. "If you please, sir," Nora, my maid of all work, announced, poking her nose around the half-opened study door, "there's a gentleman to see you, an Italian man, I think he is." Nor disapproved strongly of foreigners in general, and Italians in particular, and when they come, as they frequently do, to summon me from the house on a stormy night, her disapproval is hidden neither from my callers nor me. Tonight, however, I greeted the interruption with something like relief. Action of any sort, even travelling a dozen miles to set an Italian labourer's broken limb without much hope of compensation, would provide a welcome distraction from the pall of gloom which enveloped me. "Bring him in," I ordered. "Parbleu!" exclaimed a voice behind her. "He is already in. Did you think, my friend, that I would travel all this way on such a night to have your servant debate entrance with me?" I leaped from my chair with a whoop of delight and seized both my visitor's slender hands in mine. "De Grandin!" I exclaimed delightedly. "Jules de Grandin! What in the world are you doing here? I thought you'd be in your laboratory at the Sorbonne by now." "But no," he denied, handing his sopping cap and raincoat to Nora, and seating himself across the fire from me. "There is little rest for the wicked in this world, my friend, and for Jules de Grandin there is none at all. Hardly had we finished with that villainous Gunong Bassar than I was dispatched post-haste to Brazil, and when my work was finished there, I must needs be called to tell you of my experiments before your association of physicians in New York. Eh bien, but I fear me I shall not see my peaceful laboratory for some time, my friend." "Oh, so you were in Brazil," I answered thoughtfully. "Trowbridge, my friend," he put out both hands impulsively, "the mention of that country distresses you. Tell me, can I be of help?" "I'm afraid not," I replied sadly. "It's an odd coincidence your coming from there today, though. You see, a patient of mine, a Brazilian lady, died today, and I have no more idea what killed her than an African bushman has about the nebular hypothesis." "Oh, la la!" he chuckled. "Friend Trowbridge, to see you is worth travelling twice around the world. 40 years a physician, and he worries over a faulty diagnosis. My dear fellow, do you not know the only truthful certificate a physician ever gives for the cause of death is when he writes down unknown?" "I suppose so," I agreed, "but this case is out of the ordinary, de Grandin. These people, the Drigos, have lived here only a few weeks, and virtually nothing is known of them, except that they seem to have plenty of money. This morning, about 11 o'clock, I was called to attend their only child, a daughter about 18 years of age, and found her in a sort of stupor. Not a faint, nor yet a condition of profound depression, simply sleepy, like any young woman who was up late the previous night. There was no history of unusual activity on her part. She had gone to bed at her usual hour the night before, and was apparently in good health within an hour of the time I was called. I could see no reason for my services, to tell you the truth, for her condition did not appear at all serious. Yet, before I could reassure her parents and leave the house, she went to sleep and slept her life away, died in what appeared a healthy, natural sleep in less than 10 minutes. "Ah," he answered on a rising note, "you interest me, my friend. It is perhaps some new acute form of sleeping sickness we have here. Come, can you make some excuse to go to the people's house? I would make inquiries from them. Perchance we shall learn something for the benefit of science." I was about to demur when the tinkle of my telephone cut in. "Dr. Trowbridge," called the party at the other end, "this is Johnston, the undertaker, speaking. Can you come over to Drigo's to sign the death certificate, or shall I bring it to your house tomorrow? I can't get any information from these folks. They don't even know what she died of." "Neither do I," I muttered to myself, but aloud I said, "Why, yes, Mr. Johnston, I'll come right over. There's a friend of mine, another doctor here. I'll bring him along." "Good enough," he responded. "If I have to argue with these Dagoes much longer, I'll need you, and your friend too, to patch up my nerves." Robed in a gown of priceless old lace, a white net mantilla drawn over her smoothly parted black hair, Romualda Drigo lay at rest in an elaborate open couch casket of mahogany, her slender, oleander white hands piously crossed upon her virginal bosom, a rosary carved of ebony, terminating in a silver crucifix, intertwined in her waxen fingers. "Bon Dieu," de Grandin breathed as he bent over the girl's composed oval face. She was beautiful, this poor one. Hellish that she should die thus early. I murmured an assent as I took the form Mr. Johnston proffered me, and wrote "Unknown" in the space reserved for the cause of death, and about 1/2 hour in the place allotted for duration of last illness. "Gosh, Doc, he's a queer one, that foreign friend of yours," the undertaker commented, attracting my attention with a nudge and nodding toward de Grandin. The little Frenchman was bending over the casket, his blond waxed moustache twitching like the whiskers of an alert tomcat, his slender, womanish hands patting the girl's arms and breast questingly, as though they sought the clue to her mysterious death beneath the folds of her robe. "He's queer, all right," I agreed, "but I've never seen him do anything without good reason. Why—" A faltering step in the hall cut short my remark as Mr. Drigo entered the parlour. "Good evening, Dr. Trowbridge," he greeted with a courteous bow. "Dr. de Grandin," as I presented the Frenchman, "I am honoured to make your acquaintance." De Grandin nodded in absent-minded acknowledgment of the courtesy and turned away, addressing Mr. Johnston in a whisper. "You are an embalmer, my friend?" he asked, almost eagerly, it seemed to me. "Yes," answered the other, wonderingly. "I've had a license to practice for 10 years." "And it is customary that you embalm the dead in this country, yes?" de Grandin insisted. "Yes, sir, but sometimes—" "And when embalmment is not made, it is the exception rather than the rule?" "Decidedly, but—" "You would embalm as a matter of course, unless expressly ordered to the contrary, then?" "Yes," Johnston admitted. "Ah, then, it was Monsieur Drigo who forbade that you embalm his daughter?" The undertaker started as though pricked with a needle. "How did you know?" he demanded. The ghost of one of his impish smiles flickered across de Grandin's face. to be replaced instantly with a look more suited to the occasion. "In France, my friend," he confided, "the science of embalming, as practised in America, is still a rarity. But in Paris we have a young man, a Canadian, who preserves the dead even as you do here, and from him I have learned many things. I have, for example, learned that you inject the preserving fluids in either the brachial, the carotid, the axillary, or the femoral artery. Très bien. If you have embalmed this poor child here, you have used one of those arteries, n'est-ce pas? The chances are that an American embalmer would not utilize the femoral artery to embalm a woman's body, so I feel to see if you have bandaged the arm or breast of that poor dead child, where you have inserted your fluid tube in one of those other arteries. I find no bandage. I feel her cheeks. They are firm as life. Therefore, I decide embalmment have not been done, and knowing your custom here, I ask to know who have ordered the contrary. Voila! It are not magic which make me know, but the ordinary sense of the horse." He linked his arm in mine. "Come, friend Trowbridge," he announced, "there is no more we can do here. Let us leave this sad house to its sorrow. To-morrow, or the next day, perhaps you will have more of these so mysterious cases, and we can study them together. Meanwhile, let us leave what we cannot help." The three of us, Johnston, de Grandin, and I, were about to pass from the house, when the Frenchman paused, gazing intently at a life-sized, half-length portrait in oils hanging on the hall wall. "Monsieur Drigo," he asked, "forgive my unseemly curiosity, but that gentleman, who was he?" Something like terror appeared in the other's face as he answered, "My grandfather, sir." "Ah, but monsieur," de Grandin objected, "that gentleman, he wears the British uniform, is it not so?" "Yes," Drigo replied, "my mother's father was a British officer, her mother was a Portuguese lady." "Thank you," de Grandin replied with a bow as he followed me through the front door. They buried Romuald Drigo in the little graveyard of the Catholic chapel the following day. It was a dreary ceremony. No one but the old priest, the Drigo family, de Grandin and I were in attendance, and the wailing March wind seemed echoing our own sombre thoughts as it soughed through the branches of the leafless Lombardy poplars. "It is old, that cemetery," de Grandin hazarded as we drove from the church to my house following the brief committal service. "Very old," I assented. "St. Benedict's is one of the earliest Roman Catholic parishes in New Jersey, and the cemetery is one of the few in this neighborhood dating back to colonial days. And have you noticed any strange colored men in the neighborhood lately?" he asked irrelevantly. "Strange colored men?" I echoed. "What in the world are you driving at, de Grandin? First you ask me if the cemetery is old, then you go off at a tangent, and want to know if there are any strange negroes in the neighborhood. You—" "Tell me, my friend," he interrupted, "how did the poor dead lady spend her time? Did she walk much in the country, or go from home much in the night? For heaven's sake!" I looked at him in wonderment, and almost ran the car into the roadside ditch. "Have you lost your senses completely, or are you trying to see how foolish you can be? I never heard such rambling questions." "Nor have you ever heard that the longest way round is usually the shortest way home, apparently," he added. "Believe me, my friend, I do not ask aimless questions. But no, that is not my method. Come, if you will set me down, I shall walk through the village and attempt to collect some information. My regards to your amiable cook, if you please, and request that she will prepare some of her so excellent apple pie for dinner. I shall be home by meal-time, never fear." He was as good as his word. It lacked 20 minutes of the dinner hour when he hurried into the house, His cheeks reddened from brisk walking in the chilly March air. But something in his manner, his nervously quick movements, his air of suppressed excitement, told me he was on the track of some fresh mystery. "Well, what is it?" I asked, as we adjourned to the library after dinner. "Have you heard anything of the strange-colored men you were so anxious about this afternoon?" I could not forbear a malicious grin as I reminded him of his senseless question. "But of course," he returned evenly, as he lighted a French cigarette and blew a cloud of acrid smoke toward the ceiling. "Am I not Jules de Grandin, and does not Jules de Grandin get the information he seeks at all times? Most certainly." He laughed outright at the amazed look with which I greeted his egotistical sally. "La la, friend Trowbridge," he exclaimed, "you are so droll. Always you Americans and English would have the world believe you have yourselves in perfect control, yet I can play upon you as a harpist plays upon his strings. When will you learn that my honest, well-merited self-respect is not empty boastfulness?" He cast aside his bantering manner and leaned forward very suddenly. "What do you know of St. Benedict's Cemetery?" he demanded. St. Benedict's?" I countered, at a loss to answer. "Precisely, exactly," he affirmed. "Do you, for example, know that the entire ground near the old chapel is underlaid with ancient tombs, vaulted, brick-lined passageways?" "No," I replied, "never heard such a thing." "Ah, so," he answered sarcastically. "All your life you have lived here, yet you know not of this curiosity. Truly, I have said not half enough in praise of Jules de Grandin, I fear. And, since you know nothing of the tombs, I take it you did not know that when the Drigo family became affiliated with St. Benedict's congregation, they bought the freehold to a pew, and along with it the license to bury their dead in one of the old tombs. You did not know that?" "Of course not," I returned. "I'm a physician, not a detective, de Grandin. Why should I pry into my patient's private affairs?" Why indeed?" he replied. Then, with an abrupt change of subject, "Have you heard Beinhanner's new hypothesis concerning cannibalism?" "No?" And with that he launched on a long and highly technical explanation of the Austrian's theory of destructive metabolism, nor could all my efforts drag him back to a single word concerning his discoveries of the afternoon. "Pretty bad business down to the graveyard, ain't it, Doc?" asked the postman, as I passed him on my way to my morning calls the following day. "What's that?" I asked, startled. "What's happened?" He smiled with the conscious superiority of one who has interesting gossip to retail. "That Drigo girl." He jerked an indicative thumb in the general direction of the Drigo home. "The one that died the other day. Some grave robbers must have dug her up last night, 'cause the sexton of St. Benedict's found her veil laying on the ground this morning. They're going to open her grave this afternoon to see if her body is still there, I hear. 'Tain't likely they'll find nothin', though. Them body snatchers don't usually leave nothin' layin' around when they get through." "Good heavens!" I exclaimed. "Grave robbery!" "Yep, that's what they say." I hurried on my way, my thoughts racing faster than the wheels of my motor. It was all too likely. Gossip of the mysterious cause of the girl's death was bound to have got about, and her lovely body would have proved an irresistibly attractive bait for some anatomist with a passion for morbid research. At my first stop I called the house and told de Grandin. "Cordieu, is it so?" he shouted in answer. "I have won my bet, then." "You what?" I replied incredulously. "Last night, when I had learned what I had learned, I wagered with myself that she would not remain grave-bound," he replied. "Now I have won. This afternoon I go to witness the exhumation, but it is little more than a waste of time. She will not be there. On that I bet myself 10 francs. "What the devil—" I began. but a sharp click told me he had hung up. 3 minutes later, when I re-established communication with the office, Nora told me that the furrin gentleman had gone down the road as if the little good people was after him. The Vengeance of India, Part 2. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, the entire village was buzzing with the gruesome news of the rifling of Romuald Drigo's grave. Father Lampierre, the aged parish priest of St. Benedict's, wrung his hands in an agony of vicarious suffering for the girl's distracted parents. Arthur Lesterton, the county prosecutor, vowed legal vengeance on the miscreants. Duffy, the police chief, gave an interview to a reporter from our one and only evening paper, declaring that the police had several suspects under surveillance, and expected to make an early arrest. Indignation was at fever heat. Everybody made endless, impracticable suggestions. Nobody did anything. In all the town there seemed only two calm people, Ricardo Drigo, Romuald's father, and Jules de Grandin. Drigo thanked me courteously when I expressed sympathy for his misfortune, and said quietly, "It is fate, doctor. It cannot be escaped." De Grandin nodded his head sapiently once or twice, and said nothing at all. But the glitter of his little blue eyes and the occasional nervous twitching of his slender white hands told me he was seething inwardly. We ate dinner in silence, I with no appetite at all, de Grandin with a gusto which seemed to me, in the circumstances, hardly decent. Each of us took a book in the library after dinner, and several hours passed in gloomy quiet. Suddenly, "The time approaches, Trowbridge, my friend," de Grandin exclaimed, shutting his book with a snap, and rising from his chair. "Eh?" I answered wonderingly. "We go, we observe. Perhaps we find the answer to this sacré riddle tonight," he replied. "Go? Observe?" I echoed stupidly. "But certainly. Have I been going hither and elsewhere all this time to sit idly by when the opportunity to act has come? Your coat, my friend, and your hat. We go to that St. Benedict cemetery. Right away, at once, immediately. This night, perhaps, I show you that which you have never seen before." St. Benedict's churchyard lay stark and ghastly in the night lights as I parked my car beside the dilapidated fence separating the little God's Acre from the road. Discolored tombstones reared themselves from the dead winter grass like bones long dried upon some ancient battlefield. Patches of hoar-frost showed leprous against the sod, and mingling with the moaning of the night wind in the poplar boughs, the shrill, eerie cry of a shriek-owl came to us like the lament of an earth-bound spirit. "Have a care, my friend," de Grandin warned in a low breath as he clambered over the fence and made his way between the graves. "The ground is treacherous here. One false step, and poof, your leg is broken against some of these mementos of mortality." I followed him as quickly as I could till his upraised hand signalled a halt. "It is here we shall see what we shall see, if indeed we see it at all," he promised, sinking to the moss at the foot of a great pine-tree. "Observe that monument yonder. Bien, it is to it we must give our particular attention this night." I recognized the gravestone he indicated as standing in the Drigos' burial plot. It was one of the cemetery's oldest monuments, a low table-like box of stone consisting of a flat horizontal slab about the size of a grave's ground dimensions, supported by 4 upright pieces of marble, the name and vital dates of the family which first owned the plot being engraved on the tomb's top. I recalled having heard the grave space originally belonged to the Bouvier family, but the last of the line had gone to his eternal rest long before I was born. Fixing my eyes steadily on the old monument, I wondered what my companion meant by his assertion, wondering again, and turned to look over my shoulder toward the road where the clatter of a passing vehicle sounded on the macadam. Somewhere in the town a tower clock began telling midnight. Bong, bong, bong. The 16-note chime sounded the full hour, followed by the deep resonant boom of the bell as it began its 12 strokes. 1, 2, 3. Regardez! De Grandin's slim fingers bit into my arm as he hissed the command. A shiver, not due to the raw March air, raced up my spine and through my scalp, raising the short hairs above my grey coat collar as a current of electricity might have done. Beyond the Bouvier tomb, like a column of mist, too strong to be dissipated by the wind, yet almost too impalpable to be seen, a slender white form was rising, taking shape, coming toward us. "Good God!" I cried, in a choking voice, shrinking against de Grandin with the involuntary, unreasoning fear of the living for the dead. "What is it?" "Zut!" He shook off my restraining clutch as an adult might brush aside a child in time of emergency. "Attendez, mon ami." With a cat-like leap he cleared the intervening graves and planted himself squarely in the path of the advancing wraith. Click! His pocket electric flash shot a beam of dazzling light straight into the spectre's face. I went sick with horror as I recognized the drawn features and staring death-glazed eyes of Romola Drigo. "Look at me. I command it." De Grandin's voice sounded shrill and rasping with the intensity of purpose which was behind it. Coming abreast of him, I saw his little blue eyes were fairly starting from his face as he bent an unwinking stare on the dead face before him. The waxed ends of his small blond moustache started upward, like the horns of an inverted crescent, as his lips drew themselves about his words. "Look at me, Romola Drigo. I command it." Something like a tremor passed through the dead girl's flaccid cheeks. For an instant her film-coated eyes flickered with a look of lifelike intelligence. Then the face went limp with the flaccidity of death once more, the lids half dropped before the staring eyes, and her whole body crumpled like a wax figure suddenly exposed to a blast of heat. "Catch her, Trowbridge, my friend," de Grandin ordered excitedly. "Bear her to her father's home and put her to bed. I come as soon as possible. Meantime I have work to do." Thrusting the flashlight into his pocket, he jerked out a small whistle and blew 3 quick, shrilling blasts. "A moi, sergent, a moi, mes enfants," he called as the whistle fell clinking and bouncing to the gravestone beneath his feet. As I carried the light, crumpled body of Romola Drigo toward the cemetery gate, I heard the crash of booted feet against the graveyard shrubs mingling with hoarsely shouted commands and the savage, eager baying of police dogs straining at the leash. A hulking shape brushed past me at a run, and I made out the form of a state trooper rushing toward de Grandin, swinging a riot stick as he ran. Something cold as clay touched my face. It was one of Romola's little hands lying against my cheek as her arm had bent between her body and my shoulder when I caught her as she fell. Shifting her weight to one arm, I took the poor dead hand in my free hand and lowered it to her side, then froze like a statue in my tracks. Faint, so faint it could scarcely be recognized, but perceptible nevertheless, a feeble pulse was beating in her wrist. "Good Lord!" I almost shouted to the unheeding night. "Merciful heaven! The child is alive!" Rushing as I had not rushed since my cub days as an ambulance surgeon, I carried her to my waiting car, bundled the motor rug about her, and drove to her father's house at a pace which took account of no speed limit save my engine's greatest capacity. Kicking at the door, I roused the Drigo family from their beds, carried the senseless girl upstairs and placed her between woolen blankets, with every available water bottle and hot pack in the house at her feet and spine. 10-15 minutes I watched beside her, administering a hypodermic injection of strychnine each 5 minutes. Gradually, like the shadow of the dawn breaking against a winter horizon, the faint flush of circulating blood appeared in her pallid lips and cheeks. Standing at my elbow, Ricardo Drigo watched first apathetically, then wonderingly, finally in a fever of incredulous hope and fear. As a faint respiration fluttered the girl's breast, he fell to his knees beside the bed, burying his face in his hands and sobbing aloud in hysterical joy. "O Lord of Heaven," he prayed between sobs, "reward, I beseech you, this Doctor de Grandin, for surely he is not as other men." "Tiens, my friend, you do speak truth," agreed a complacent voice from the doorway behind us. "Of a certainty, Jules de Grandin is a very remarkable fellow, but if you seek some necromancer, you had better look elsewhere. This de Grandin, he is a scientist, no more. Cordieu, is that not enough? Par la barbe un corbeau, monsieur, but this port is exquisite," de Grandin assured Drigo 3 hours later as he passed his tumbler across the table for replenishment. "And these so divine cigars!" He raised both hands in mute admiration. "Parbleu! I could smoke 3 of them at once, and mourn because my mouth would not accommodate a 4th. But I see our good friend Trowbridge grows restless. He would have the whole story from the beginning. Very well, then, to begin. As I told friend Trowbridge, I had but come from Rio when I arrived in New York the other day. While I was in that so superb city of Brazil, I became acquainted with more than one delegado of police, and from them I heard many strange things. For example," he fixed his penetrating gaze on Drigo for a moment, "I heard the mystery of a Portuguese gentleman who came to Brazil from East Africa and took a beautiful house in the Praia Botafogo, only to relinquish it before his furniture was fairly settled in. Before this gentleman lived in Africa he had dwelt in India. He was born there, in fact. Why he left that so beautiful city of Rio the police did not know. But they had a story from one of their detectives that gentleman came suddenly face to face with a Hindu sailor from one of the ships in the harbor while he and his daughter were shopping in the Ouvidor. The Hindu, it was said, had but looked at the daughter and laughed in the father's face, but it was enough. He departed from Rio next day, that gentleman, both he and his family and all his servants. To the United States he went, though none knew to what part or why. Eh bien, it was one of the fragments of mystery which we of the Service de Sûreté do constantly encounter, a little incident of life without beginning or end, without ancestry or posterity. Never mind, I stored it in my brain for future reference. Sooner or later all things we remember come to have a use, n'est-ce pas? When next I see my dear friend Trowbridge, he is looking very long in the face. One of his patients, a Brazilian lady, have died that very day, and he cannot account for her death. But his story sounds interesting, and I think, perhaps maybe, I find out something of some new disease, so I ask him to let me investigate. When we come to the house where this dead lady lay, I am struck with something about her look, and I remember most American dead are embalmed almost instantly for their burial. I touch her face. It has not the hardness of flesh preserved with formaldehyde. Then I feel for the wounds where the embalmer would have cut, but I find none. One thing more I find. While her face were cold, it were not cold as the surrounding air. How does this come? Asked Jules de Grandin of Jules de Grandin, but answer there was none at all. As my dear Trowbridge and I leave that house of death, I see the portrait of a gentleman who much resembled our host, but who wore a uniform such as the British Army once wore. Yet not quite. There was a difference there, but what it was I cannot say then. I asked Monsieur Drigo who the painted gentleman was, and he say he are my grandfather. That night I do much thinking. Finally I believe I have the thread of this mystery in my hands. I put together my knowledge, and this is what I have. The uniform that painted gentleman wore are not of the British Army, but of the British India Company. So, now he was a man in early mid-life, this painted gentleman who wear the insignia of artilleryman on his uniform, and judging by his grandson's apparent age, he should have lived about the time of the American Civil War. Very good. What was happening in India, where this painted gentleman lived then? I think some more. Then, Jules de Grandin tells Jules de Grandin, Jules de Grandin, you are one great stupid head. It was in 1857 that the Sepoy troops revolted against the English in India. Yes? And what then? For once in history those English did act with sense. They meted to those Indian rebels with such measure as the rebels gave to them. For the atrocities of Nana Sahib they took logical vengeance by tying those rebels to the mouths of cannons, and poof! It was over when the cannoneers fired their guns. So far, so good. What then? Those Indians are a vengeful race. They harbor hatred through many generations. This much I know. Something else I know, too. In India they sometimes, for money, will hypnotize a man, or perchance a woman, and bury him, to all appearances dead, in the earth for so long a time that corn planted above his grave will take root and grow several inches high. I have seen that with my own 2 eyes. Also I remember how one Colonel Ainsworth, an English gentleman who commanded some of the cannon from which those mutineers were blown to death, had apparently died in his English home in 1875, but came to life in the family vault 10 days later. Almost he went crazy from that experience, though he was at length rescued. 2 years later he suffered the same terrible fate. He was buried for dead, and came back to life again. And each time before he had his seeming death he had encountered a Hindu in the road. At last he could stand the strain no more, but shot himself really dead, rather than face the terror of a third living burial. Now, the people who wrote down the strange case of Colonel Ainsworth did but note that he had met Hindus before he seemingly died, but apparently they attach no importance to these meetings. I do otherwise, for when I search my memory I find that of the officers who commanded the British guns at the Sepoys' executions, nearly all died violent or sudden deaths. How do we know how many of them were buried alive but not rescued as Colonel Ainsworth was, eh? Also I remember from the records that many of the descendants of those officers had died mysteriously or suddenly, sometimes both. Morbleu, I tell myself, Jules de Grandin, I think maybe perhaps we have discovered something. I bet with myself, therefore, that this poor dead lady will not rest easy in her grave. Dead she may be, cher Trowbridge has so certified, but if she were not first dead, in fact, the Brazilians do not believe in embalming their dead, and the embalmer's instruments not therefore have made certain that she is dead altogether. Very well, then, wait and see. Next day my friend Trowbridge tell me her grave was robbed. I go to watch them open it, and find the tombs in that cemetery are old passages underground. She is not in her grave, I see that, but she might be somewhere in the cemetery, nevertheless. I learn, by asking what my friend Trowbridge would call silly questions, that the grave space where this lady was buried once belonged to a family called Bouvier. Old Signor Bouvier, who lived and died many years ago, had a morbid fear of being buried alive, so he had a special tomb constructed in such a manner that if he come to life underground, he can slide back a panel of stone as you would open a door, and walk home to his family. This old tomb is still standing above the spot where this unfortunate dead lady have been buried. Maybe, I tell myself, maybe something have happened in that cemetery while no one was watching. Already I have made inquiries, and find that 2 strange negroes have been in town since some days before this poor lady died. But though they lived in the negro quarter, they had nothing to do with the other colored people. Query: were they negroes or were they not negroes? And if not, what were they? Hindu, perhaps. I think yes. What then? The girl's mantilla has been found above ground. Her body has not been found below. Perhaps they play cat and mouse with her, sending her forth from her grave at night like a very vampire, perhaps to injure her father or others whom she had loved in life. I decide I will see. I seek out that Monsieur Lesterton, who is the juge d'instruction, how do you say, county prosecutor, and tell him all. He is a lawyer in a million, that one. Instead of saying, talk to the Marines about it, he nod his head and tell me I may have as many gendarmes as I wish to help me with my plan. Tonight I go with friend Trowbridge, and watch beside that old Monsieur Bouvier's tomb. Presently that poor girl who is found fast in the death which is not death comes forth, walking over her own grave. Jules de Grandin is no fool. He, too, can hypnotize, and what a man can do he can undo, likewise, if he be clever. I order her to wake up. I flash my light in her eyes, and I bring her to consciousness, then to natural sleep, as she was before the Hindu's power make her appear dead. I turn her over to friend Trowbridge to make all well, while I and the gendarmes search for those men who are the masters of death. We find them hidden in an old tomb, far underground. One of them I have felicity of killing when he would resist arrest. The other is shot by a trooper when he would fly, but ere his life ran out with his blood. He tells me he and his companion have followed Monsieur Drigo from India to Africa, and from Africa to America. 2 days before she died, Mademoiselle Ramallah was met by these men as she walks in the country. They hypnotize her and order her to die in 48 hours, to die and be buried, then come forth from her grave each night at midnight, and visit her father's house. Voila! That fellow, he too died, but not before I had the truth. But how did you make him confess, de Grandin? I asked. Surely his conscience did not trouble him, and if he knew he was dying, he had nothing to fear from you. Eh, did he not? de Grandin answered with an elfish grin. Ah, but he did. The pig is unclean to those people. If they do but so much as touch a pork, they do lose their caste. I did promise that fellow that if he did not tell me all, and tell the truth right away, immediately at once, I would see he was buried in the same coffin with a pig's carcass, and that his grave should be wet with the blood of a slaughtered swine every full moon. Pardieu, you should have seen him make haste to tell me all before he died. He turned toward Drigo. Mademoiselle Ramallah has little to fear in the future, monsieur, he promised. The agents of vengeance have failed, and I do not think they will make another attempt upon her. Meanwhile, friend Trowbridge, the morning breaks and the shadows flee away. Let us bid Monsieur Drigo good night and hasten home. Cordieu, he chuckled as we climbed into my waiting motor. Had I stayed beside Monsieur Drigo's wine a half-hour longer, I should not have been able to leave at all. As it is, Trowbridge, my friend, I see 2 of you sitting beside me.